Chapter 1025. The journey to the other side of the starry space was extremely long and filled with unknowns. In the darkness, Yifan's body radiated boundless light, enveloping flower and child. Because there was no air here, they couldn't breathe and could only rely on divine energy. This was a journey that caused one to feel uneasy. Even the divine Knight and Longma, with their profound cultivation bases, felt their emotions fluctuating. Even for them, this was the first time they stepped into the starry space, let alone Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan. Master, what is the Big Dipper star region like? Can we really meet the saints of the other races? Why is the path to immortalization chosen to open there? Why are all the ancient emperors gathered on an ancient planet? What would we encounter if we go there? Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan felt extremely nervous in their hearts. There were some questions that had been asked many times before. Now they were being brought up again. Over 10 years had passed and they had already broken through to the first layer of immortal foundation on Earth. One could imagine how much faster they would be if they were in the Big Dipper star region. Given their talent, they would definitely be able to dominate an entire region. On this path, the flow of time was extremely chaotic. Sometimes it was so long that it would drive people crazy. Sometimes, it would be inconceivably fast, as though thousands of years had passed in a flash. If it wasn't for them communicating through their divine sense, this would be an incomparably silent journey. There was no sound at all, only the occasional flashes of light that were as resplendent as fireworks. And we've arrived. After an unknown period of time, the astral light in front of them shone resplendently. They had arrived at the end of the path, causing the darkness and the void to be filled with more colors. Intense tremors shook the space around them. The ancient path was mottled and all sorts of colors flickered. They had arrived at their first stop and fell out of the void. Among these people, only Yifan was relatively experienced. Every pore on his body was overflowing with light and auspicious qi. He used the cauldron to envelop the few of them within, just in case. Bo! A light sound rang out as the ancient path behind them vanished. They appeared on a desolate star that was filled with a deathly aura. The air was thin and there were no signs of life. What is this place? They stared up at the starry sky before surveying their surroundings. There was no moon in the sky, but the Milky Way shone brightly, sprinkling down a large expanse of pure white light. This star seemed to be very close to all the other big stars, as if it could reach the other side by jumping over it. They couldn't distinguish the positions of stars because the stars they saw on different planets would be different even if they were in the same galaxy. They didn't know where they were. This was the most realistic portrayal of their current situation. All of them lacking confidence. This wasn't an ancient star with life, so they couldn't survive for a long time. They had to hurry and find a way out. There must be a small 5-colored divine altar on this planet, and it shouldn't be too far away. Let's take a look, said Yifan. This was not their destination, but a stop on their journey. There were no signs of life in such a desolate place. In front of them was a vast desert, and the yellow sand was dazzling under the starlight. The aura of the source of God. Yifan revealed a strange expression as he sensed an unusual aura. They quickly flew forward, their bodies like streaks of lightning, entering the depths of the sea of sand. Soon after, they all revealed looks of shock, because they saw an enormous building. It's a pyramid. Zhang Qingyang had an expression of disbelief. Could it be the god that the ancient people of Egypt worshipped? He vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. This building was snow white, and it was dazzling under the starlight. When they got closer, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene was too terrifying. This was a pyramid built from sparkling white bones. Even though it was polished smooth and carved with ancient laws, it was still full of the marks of time. It seemed to have been here for quite a long time. Skulls, arm bones, and vertebrae were all present, forming this strange bone pagoda. It was majestic and tall, reaching over 100 meters in height. It towered in the desert, and even with the passage of time, it wasn't submerged by the sand and dust. Not only were there human skulls, there were also remains of other races. What Venerable Demon Xianqi said was right. There were all kinds of great battles that happened in the long river of time. There were unknown creatures that attacked Hangu Pass, and many corpses were left behind on this road. The creatures in the bone pagoda, said the divine knight. Yi Fan also nodded. The aura of the divine origin also came from the pagoda. The number of creatures in this desert wasn't small, and there were actually no less than 100 of them. Rustling sounds could be heard. Long lines as thick as water jars appeared in the desert around them. They bulged out from the ground and rushed over like giant snakes. Longma lifted its hooves and stomped out. The first line that rushed over was stepped on by it, and a loud clanging sound could be heard. It was actually the sound of metal vibrating, and soon after, a shattering sound could be heard as a stream of liquid rushed out. What kind of creature is this? They were all astonished. The sand in the surroundings undulated, and over 100 water jar-thick protrusions appeared. At the same time, they shot out streaks of scarlet light, and over 100 light blades slashed over. The few of them flew up into the sky. Longma let out a long hiss, and the thin air trembled violently. It tore apart the heaven and earth, and overturned this desert, revealing the races within the yellow sand. There were actually hundreds of ant-like creatures. Their bodies were huge, and every one of them was 3 meters long. Their entire bodies seemed to be carved out of red coral, and they had boundless strength. They could actually shatter the void, and all of them flew up into the sky to kill them. This is strange. What kind of creatures are these? They can survive in this kind of environment. What do they do for a living? There's a divine origin here, and they used it to survive. They shouldn't be natives of this planet, and are creatures that were trapped here, said Yi Fan. The divine knight made his move. He covered the sky with one hand and covered everything below. With a forceful swipe, every giant ant that was the size of a bull emitted the sound of metal breaking, and they died a violent death. Not a single one of the hundreds of giant ants fell into the net, and they all fell down like dust. There's still one big one left. The dragon horse said. It stamped its hooves on the pyramid made of white bones. With a honglong sound, a blazing light erupted, and a colossal creature struggled free. This ant was more than 10 meters long, and its entire body was scarlet and sparkling. It released streaks of multicolored light, and with a light shake, the void shattered. Its strength could uproot mountains, and this was its race's innate divine ability. What race are you, and where did you come from? Why are you attacking us? Yi Fan shouted. This enormous creature was full of hatred. Its speed was extremely fast, and it turned into a streak of scarlet light as it instantly arrived in the heavens, confronting them coldly. Humans deserve death. It transmitted out a spiritual fluctuation, and then it attacked. These should be some small shrimps left behind from one of the races that attacked Hangu Pass countless years ago. There's nothing much to say. Kill them all, said Yi Fan. It was still the divine knight who made his move. This time he held the dragon spear in his hand, and with a single step, he covered more than 10 li. He raised the spear and pierced out. The spear was without any brilliance, but it possessed a type of natural Tao power, and the might of heaven and earth converged. Dang! This divine ant's cultivation was profound, and its flesh in particular was tyrannical beyond everyone's imagination. It stopped the dragon spear's attack, and then a large pincer fiercely hacked over. Scarlet multicolored light filled the sky. A series of kung chong sounds rang out in the sky. It collided with the divine knight 8 times, and when the dragon spear's 9th attack descended, it still raised its pincer to face it head-on. However, this time, it was completely useless. The dragon spear's divine radiance erupted, turning into a streak of exceptional lightning. With a pu sound, it pierced through this divine insect, and its entire body burst apart. Yi Fan took action, fishing out its primordial spirit with a single motion. After observing its sea of consciousness, he said, "It really is like this. It is a descendant of the ancient saints that attacked Hangu Pass and was trapped here, relying on the divine source left behind by their ancestors to survive." Pooh! With a thought from Yi Fan, the primordial spirit turned into ashes. Then, with a shake of his hand, the desert rumbled with noise. A few divine source fragments floated up, and there weren't many left, all of them used up by this ant race. In the end, they made a left turn and entered a hidden formation. They found the rainbow altar, and once again set off on their journey. In the following half a month, they carried out a total of 7 or 8 transits, and all of them descended on desolate planets. However, there would always be a fierce battle wherever they went. In the distant past, it was unknown what had happened, but there were many powerful races that attacked Hanggu Pass. After they died in battle, their descendants were trapped outside Hanggu Pass, which was also this long star passage. The attack on Hanggu Pass happened at least tens of thousands of years ago. Their ancestors all had a type of urgency and anxiety. Every time Yi Fan defeated an enemy, he would probe their divine senses and find some clues. He also found out that these races came from an extremely distant star domain in the depths of the cosmos. He was surprised to find that they didn't come for the immortal cauldron. They weren't the ancient saints who came to Earth, but a group of people even earlier. They had another purpose, and it could be traced back to a very long time ago. In ancient times, the saints who came for the immortal cauldron mainly came from the three ancient stars of Hwasong, Tongtian and Gaochen. They were different from those who attacked Hanggu Pass, so their numbers were much smaller and they arrived much later. Earth is really mysterious. Yi Fan looked back at the starry sky, but he couldn't find the solar system. A month later, they had already entered the depths of the universe, but they still didn't know where they were. Everywhere they went, there would be a great battle. Just as Venerable Demon Xianqi had said, this ancient starry sky path was very dangerous and full of demons and ghosts. Every five-colored altar was hidden in a formation, and could only be found with the secret method that Xianqi had told them. They spent most of their time on this. Yi Fan, Longma, the Divine Knight, Huahua, Zhang Qingyang, and Long Yuxuan had met with accidents along the way. There were a few times when they were almost killed. The enemies had forbidden weapons left behind by the saints from tens of thousands of years ago, and almost destroyed half of the ancient stars. You carry the burden, I lead the horse. Welcome the sunrise, send away the sunset. Overcome the obstacles, achieve the great Tao. Yi Fan heard Zhang Qingyang's humming and couldn't help but laugh. The group left Hanggu Pass from the west. Along the way, it really felt like a journey to the west. They subdued demons and killed all kinds of powerful foreign races. The child Huahua was shrouded in divine power, and was lucky enough to sit on Longma with Yi Fan. The Divine Knight held a dragon spear and opened the way, while Long Yuxuan blocked the way. Everything is for achieving the great Tao. We crossed the universe. When they landed on the 19th ancient star, Yi Fan received an important piece of information. After defeating a group of experts, he discovered the name of the ancient star with life in the depths of the universe, Fairy. Countless years ago, the saints were extremely anxious. Why did they attack Earth from an ancient star called Fairy? Yi Fan muttered to himself. These people attacked Hanggu Pass a very long time ago, and they didn't come for the celestial cauldron. They came long before the people of Hwasong, Tongtian and Gaochen. The name Fairy was very mysterious and made people's imagination run wild. There's actually such an ancient star with life in the depths of the universe. After a few more days, the group landed on the 23rd planet. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked up at the sky and stared at the 7 bright stars. He couldn't stay calm. From different star fields, the arrangement of the 7 stars would be different, but the aura would not change. Yi Fan was sure that it was the Big Dipper star field. We're here. The next stop is the Big Dipper star field. Yi Fan said. Master, are you sure? That's our final destination? Even someone as cold as Long Yuxuan was excited. I didn't think that we could really reach the Big Dipper star field. I think those enemies of yours in the past would never have thought that you would return from the starry sky and fight with them again, Zhang Qingyang said. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The premise is that we don't march all the way to the ancient star of Fairy. Chapter 1026. Why is this ancient planet so strange? Longma was astonished. There were large holes everywhere on the ground, and even the distant stone mountains were the same. They were full of potholes and full of holes. The few of them couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. This region was too strange. There were giant holes everywhere as if it had been attacked by a meteor shower. There were deep pits and large holes everywhere. Something's not right. This shouldn't be the result of a meteorite impact. It's more like a cave drilled out by some kind of creature. However, such a large area is indeed unusual. When they looked into the distance, they found that many regions on this planet were like this. Less than half of the ancient planet was like this, but they didn't know what was going on. Let's not care about this. Let's find the Rainbow Altar first and leave this place. Perhaps our next stop will be the Big Dipper star region. They split up to search. This kind of teleportation platform that could cross star regions was extremely precious and would normally be protected by formations. Without secret arts, it was impossible to find it. Oh no, the Rainbow Altar has been moved away. It's not here anymore. The few of them found an ancient formation, but it had been damaged. There were many potholes here, and there was a large karst cave. The Tao patterns were all damaged, and the formation had been destroyed. Their expressions changed. They had a premonition that something was wrong. There was no foundation for survival on such a withered planet. If they were to be trapped here, it would be the same as walking on a dead end. Who took the Rainbow Altar away? They were all bewildered. This wasn't a good sign. They all revealed expressions of worry when they thought about being trapped on a dead planet. Let's split up and search. I feel that this planet is not simple. These strange holes seem to have been drilled out by something. They split up and rushed in different directions. They used their powerful divine senses to launch a carpet search in search of a hope of survival. It wasn't hard to see how insignificant an individual's strength was. Once trapped on a withered planet, it was the same as cutting off one's path forward. They might even die in the universe. Only after reaching the Saint Realm would they have a sliver of a chance to travel in the universe. Otherwise, they would still be ants and couldn't rely on their own strength to cross the starry sky. Buzz. Suddenly, Yi Fan heard the sound of wings flapping. It was very ear-piercing, like the trembling of a Taoist sword. Indistinctly, there was a wave of power that could pierce through metal and split stone. A sharp divine light slashed down from the night sky. He saw a creature that looked like a winged dragon. Its body was several meters long. It swooped down and spat out a dazzling blade of light from its mouth. Bang! Yi Fan extended a finger, and a blazing golden light flew out, immediately piercing through the space between the creature's eyebrows. He died on the spot, and his corpse fell from the sky. However, things didn't end here, because the sound of wings flapping could be heard continuously above the clouds. Then, similar creatures covered the sky and covered the earth. Several dozen to over 100 creatures resembling winged dragons spat out an expanse of light blades, hacking down. Everyone gathered together. Yi Fan shouted. He was afraid that Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan would be left alone and killed by this group of unknown creatures. The number of these things was hard to estimate. Break for me, Yi Fan shouted. Light flashed from between his eyebrows, and a cauldron flew out. A boundless atmosphere directly shook the sky. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Several hundred winged dragons were all turned into bloody mist, killed in the sky. The Divine Knight, Zhang Qingyang, and the others all rushed over. They gathered together, and looked up at the sky together. They treated this with caution because it couldn't be just a few. They were already convinced that the reason this ancient star was riddled with holes was definitely related to these creatures. Half of the star was almost hollowed out. It was simply unimaginable. Look, what's that? Long Yuxuan pointed at the end of the horizon. The mist there was so thick that it wouldn't disperse. In this starry night, it was especially oppressive. It was like a mountain torrent surging over, suffocating people. A huge battleship? At the end of the horizon, a huge shadow truly covered the sky and covered the earth, blocking the starry sky. Very soon, it arrived in front of them. The black mass was incomparably oppressive, causing one's blood to almost freeze. This is a huge island. It can actually fly in the sky. It wasn't quite right to call it an island. Rather, it could be called a floating continent. It was like a high and mighty divine kingdom that could overlook everything on earth. Buzz. The sound of flapping wings resounded through the night sky. Tens of thousands of powerful creatures that resembled winged dragons swooped down, and all of them used techniques together. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, violent winds blew, and all kinds of sword lights danced about. It was difficult for any one of them to injure them. Even Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan could deal with them. However, with so many of them working together, it was too terrifying. An army of ants could bite an elephant to death. Let me. The dragon horse's 4 hooves rose into the air, ascending into the sky. It opened its mouth and released a great roar. Heaven overflowing flames surged. A Tao-severing king going crazy was extremely terrifying. Immediately, large amounts of winged dragons fell, densely packed like dumplings being cooked. In the sky, flames overflowed into the sky, and waves of barbecued meat smelled. Longma swept through all directions, sweeping away everything in its path. It fought in the sky, and almost all the tens of thousands of monsters were wiped out. The situation isn't looking good. Yi Fan frowned as he stared at the continent floating in the sky. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a mother nest. As expected, a mournful scream rang out and spread to the earth. The earth's crust suddenly boiled, and all kinds of colors gushed out. One after another, creatures rushed out from the ground. Not good, this ancient planet is full of these monsters. There are too many of them, and we can't kill them all. These strange beasts that resembled winged dragons were originally sleeping, but at this time, they all woke up from the depths of the earth's crust. All of them fought to be the first to attack Yi Fan's group. How many of them are there? From the sky to the ground. Even Longma was lacking confidence. This was no longer as simple as tens of thousands of them. They were so densely packed that they couldn't be counted at all. Under the earth's crust and above the continent in the sky, black clouds constantly rushed over, covering the sky and earth. Human, how rare. After so many years, we meet again. A powerful divine will fluctuation appeared on that continent. Following that, a group of 5-colored winged dragons rushed out. They were many times more powerful than before, and their numbers were in the tens of thousands. Yi Fan hurriedly put flour into the spatial artifact, and rose into the air with the others. They fought with all their might. If they didn't kill all of these creatures, they wouldn't be able to survive. The dragon riders fought in all directions. The spears in their hands became not only dragon-slaying spears, but they also shot out in all directions. Every time, a group of powerful creatures would fall, and flowers of blood would bloom continuously. Longma was also fighting with all his might. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of winged dragons had been killed. His entire body was dyed in blood, but he just couldn't kill them all. Their numbers were so great that it made people dizzy. All of you die. Longma opened his mouth and spat out an alms bowl. This was the damaged holy weapon he obtained from the spiritual mountain. This kind of ancient weapon was strangely powerful, and possessed the might of a saint. Over 100,000 winged dragons turned into bloody paste on the spot, dying in midair. However, the continent above rushed into the heavens with all kinds of brilliance. 7 dragon-shaped monsters leapt out, and their bodies blossomed with 7-colored radiance. They activated a powerful forbidden weapon together, and bombarded over. Boom! Dazzling powerful light illuminated the entire ancient star. It was as if snow covered the ground, but also as if 10 suns exploded at the same time. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, and turned into an exceptional sword chi that hacked over. Dang! The alms bowl trembled, and then a crisp kacha sound rang out. A huge crack appeared on its surface, almost splitting it in half. Clearly, this was a forbidden weapon left behind by an ancient saint. And it even damaged this damaged Buddhist weapon. Longma coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had suffered serious injuries. The forbidden weapon's power was incomparably great, and it suffered greatly. Human, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Did you come for this altar? A 9-colored dragon-shaped creature appeared in the sky. It was even larger and like a small mountain. It towered over that continent. This was definitely a tyrannical Tao executioner. A 5-colored altar was floating between its palms and fingers, flowing with 5-colored splendor. This was precisely the ancient star domain teleportation formation that Yi Fan and the others were looking for. How about we cooperate? You guys tell me the method to activate the formation, and I'll provide this formation platform. We'll leave together. This was clearly the queen of the mother nest. The winged dragons that filled the sky were all its subjects. Yi Fan expressed that he could negotiate and was not afraid at all. He had the divine knight, and the others wait there while he ascended into the sky alone. Do you know how to activate this altar? The most powerful dragon-shaped creature asked. Naturally. Yi Fan stared at the altar, and discovered that it wasn't damaged. The reason why it couldn't be activated was because a few of the stones were dim, and the energy contained within them had been exhausted. He wasn't worried though, because he also had this kind of 5-colored stone on him. He could extract this kind of special spatial power and pour it into the altar. Since that's the case, then you can stay behind, the dragon-shaped creature said coldly. It took out an even more powerful forbidden weapon and attacked downwards. It wanted to destroy Yifan's physical body and leave his primordial spirit behind. However, with a flash of light, Yifan disappeared. This was the Three Pure Ones technique. Yifan let this wisp of clear air disperse and advance. His real body had already ascended to this continent, and he took out the cauldron to suppress it with all his might. Boom! He hadn't encountered a true enemy after severing his Tao. This time, he used the myriad chi cauldron to attack with all its might. Divine power surged and was boundless, and it immediately broke the mother nest that was as big as a continent into pieces. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of creatures turned into a pool of blood and fell in large amounts. The entire sky was dyed red. The nest exploded, and it was as if a horse had been stabbed. Tyrannical creatures that resembled winged dragons were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. All of them roared and their eyes turned red as they chased after Yifan. Go, let's go to the outer realm. Yifan felt that things weren't looking good. There was no end to these creatures. The earth's crust and the sky merged together to form a vast ocean. They were completely submerged. Fortunately, he, the Divine Knight, and Longma were tyrannical enough to fight their way out of this planet and into the outer realm. Only then were they able to shake off their pursuers. There are too many of them. Unless we destroy this ancient planet, we won't be able to kill them all. What are these things? Longma was angry. The Divine Knight said, there are records in the ancient books. These are dragon ants. They have strong vitality and reproduce extremely fast, comparable to ants. The living environment they need is very different from humans. They directly devour ores and other things to absorb what they need for life. Although this planet is very small, they have devoured at least half of it. This is still a bit outrageous. I really don't know how many generations they have lived. There are too many of them. The entire ancient planet is filled with these strange insects. We can't kill them all. We can only kill the most tyrannical ones and snatch the altar. However, they were a bit hesitant. They were afraid that they would accidentally destroy the altar in the process of dealing with the insect kings. These dragon ants have lived on this ancient planet for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Some of them are definitely at the severing path level. They also have the forbidden weapons of the ancient saints. It's really difficult to deal with them. Yifan thought about it and said, let's use the telekinesis in my cauldron to deal with them. At this point, he turned the myriad chi cauldron upside down. There was an endless amount of power of faith inside. It poured down like a great waterfall and flowed toward this small ancient planet. Boom! It was like the descent of a vast ocean. This was the purest holy power for those who believed in the celestial court. But for others, it was the fire of karma. When all the power of faith fell, it was like a sea of fire below. Millions of divine insects all roared and turned into bunches of torches. Take advantage of the chaos and kill those dragon ant kings. They attacked again. Yifan took out the black arrow and fired it continuously. He killed a few giants and blocked the forbidden weapons of the saints. Without the obstruction of the densely packed divine insects, it was relatively easier to deal with the giants directly. However, they still killed until the sun and moon lost their light. This was not a battle of personal strength. This was a battle between a divine weapon and a forbidden weapon. One side was hesitant to attack, while the other side had a powerful forbidden weapon. A tug-of-war began, but it was still earth-shattering. Ghosts cried and gods howled as the battle reached its climax. Even though the forbidden weapons could only be used a limited number of times, and each use would consume part of the life of the ritual implement, it was still extremely terrifying. Its power was unparalleled. Longmazam's bowl was almost shattered. It was so distressed that it cried out in anger. It wanted nothing more than to kill all the insect kings. Relying on the power of Yifan's black arrow, it had already destroyed 2 forbidden weapons. If it wasn't for the fear of destroying the altar, it might have already succeeded. The Insect King's forbidden weapon is too terrifying. It was personally refined by an ancient saint, and is even more powerful than ordinary holy weapons. The Divine Knight frowned. After fighting for such a long time, he was already seriously injured. In the end, the forbidden weapons were all destroyed. Yi Fan's primordial spirit fused with the path at the crucial moment. The time between heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Only a small golden person hugged the cauldron and flew over, killing it under the Insect King's disbelieving gaze. This was a forbidden technique he had used before. After the divine form, the primordial spirit fused with the path and hugged the cauldron to become one. It transcended the world and could freeze time for a short time. The five-colored altar was seized back and almost destroyed by the Insect King out of humiliation. They finally obtained the star domain teleportation platform as they wished. This ancient star was almost flattened. After many days of tug-of-war, Yi Fan and the others finally got what they wanted. It's time to go. However, the next stop still disappointed them. It wasn't the Northern Dipper star domain. They arrived at another dead star. Moreover, in the following half a year, they only crossed 8 or 9 ancient stars. Each time, they encountered a bitter battle. The consumption was great, and their hearts were incomparably heavy. This was most likely the path to the flying immortal ancient star. Sigh. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. On this day, they silently stepped onto the five-colored altar and appeared in another world. When they stood on the ground, Yi Fan was shaken and couldn't help but cry out, "Undying Mountain." Chapter 1027. The Black Mountains towered majestically. Every one of them was the king of the mountains, the emperor of the mountains. Each of them was imposing and majestic. The unique Black Mountains, the heart-palpitating aura, and the unchanging silence made this place stand out from the masses. It was as if it was standing outside the cycle of reincarnation. Yi Fan was startled. He was sure that he wasn't seeing things. This was the Undying Mountain. He had returned to the Big Dipper star region. Originally, he thought that he would enter the depths of the universe and descend upon the ancient star known as the Flying Deity. He had already prepared for the worst and was prepared to fight against the various celestial clans. He never thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The Undying Mountain. Yi Fan exhaled heavily. We've arrived at an ancient star with life. Longma couldn't help but roar. They didn't fall into the Black Mountains. Instead, they were surrounded by a forest of ancient trees that towered into the sky. It was a vast wilderness. In their eyes, those leaves and vines were the most beautiful scenery. They had been walking in the starry sky for half a year, and all they saw were withered stars. It was truly tiring. It wasn't hard to see how terrifying the universe was. Although there were billions and billions of stars, there were only a few true ancient stars with life. The demons and devils they encountered along the way were all descendants of the ancient saints who attacked Hanggu Pass. "Master, have we arrived at the Big Dipper star region?" Zhang Qingyang trembled as he asked. First, it was because he was excited. Second, it was because the Black Mountains in front of him almost suffocated him. What is this place? Why does it make me feel uneasy? The Divine Knight's eyes were bright and filled with astonishment. How come there isn't even a beast in this barren place? I'll just flatten it. Longma puffed out white smoke from his nostrils. He was very dissatisfied with the oppressive aura. Yi Fan immediately warned him not to act rashly. This was one of the Big Dipper's 7 great forbidden zones. Even the ancient emperors had fought here and failed to flatten it. It's that terrifying. Longma became obedient. Yi Fan was incomparably excited. After 14 years he had returned. He wondered how his old friends were doing. Were they well? He led the way with his back facing Undying Mountain. They advanced into the ancient primitive forest. After walking for a certain distance, they finally heard the cries of apes and the roars of tigers. They saw quite a few strange beasts. Undying Mountain's terrifying aura gradually disappeared into the distance. They all relaxed. Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan were a bit stupefied. They really succeeded in crossing the sky domain. It was like a dream. When they were on Earth, although they were cultivators, they had also received modern education. Going from one planet to another was like a dream, making them feel that it was unreal. We left Hanggu Pass from the west, and actually followed an ancient path into the starry sky, arriving at the Big Dipper. The two of them muttered. Then, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they couldn't stop laughing foolishly. Longma laughed even more crazily. He boasted shamelessly that he would become a holy horse in the shortest amount of time in this world, and trample the world with his horse. This group of people was in a great mood. It wasn't only Longma. Even Yi Fan's mood fluctuated greatly. He clenched his fists tightly and gazed into the distance. Old friends who went through life and death with me, I've returned. Also, great enemies, perhaps you all have forgotten about me. However, not long from now, you all will remember me again. I've missed you to death. Stop right there. Longma behaved atrociously. He chased after a mixed-blood Pung bird. The horse galloped through the sky, releasing thunderous sounds. A giant bird whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold fell down from the sky dome. Tonight we'll eat roasted Pung meat. Longma was full of himself. Everyone was embarrassed. This master had never been a vegetarian. He didn't even spare fodder a glance. Unless it was an ancient medicine that was several thousand years old, he spent most of his time eating meat. At night the bonfire danced. The aroma of Pung meat filled the entire mountain forest. The group of people ate to their heart's content. Zhang Qingyang even took out a few bottles of Maotai. Before he went to Hanggu Pass, he had bought a large amount of tobacco and alcohol. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to adapt to the life here. Master, I miss my mom. At this time, the child Huahua cried. He had experienced so many strange and dazzling things along the way, but he didn't utter a single word. Now that they had arrived at their destination, he actually missed home. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Such a young child had been brought to this side of the starry sky. It was really difficult to make arrangements. How was he supposed to take care of him? Sending Huahua to the group of holy monks on Mount Meru of the Western Desert? Sorry, he had no such intention at all. This kind of good talent, and his sea of consciousness was filled with Buddhist scriptures. There was no need to give him away. He was a Tao protector on the other side of the Buddhist starry sky, but not here. He had fulfilled his promise to the ancient Buddha and treated this child well. He had already accepted him as a disciple. You miss your parents. You can work hard in cultivation. When you grow up, you can cross the starry sky and go back. This was all Yi Fan could say. The morning glow shone in all directions, and the morning dew blossomed with colorful light. The mountain forest was shrouded in mist, and the refreshing smell of plants rushed over. The few who had just woken up were somewhat dazed. It was somewhat surreal. In the past half a year, they had wandered from one withered star to another, fought with many divine races, and experienced many hardships. Finally, they had reached their destination. Let's go. Yi Fan changed his appearance. He didn't know what had happened in the past 14 years, or what the outside world was like. He needed to find out all over again. He seriously warned Longma and the others that this world was very dangerous. Even Tao executioners weren't enough. There was the deterrence of the primordial ancestral kings above, so they had to be careful. Of course, Longma had to retract his dragon chi and transform into a mixed-blood Longma. Otherwise, he would definitely cause great trouble once he was born. This was a mount that only ancient emperors could possess. This kind of bloodline hadn't been seen for hundreds of thousands of years. The central region of the eastern wasteland was once glorious and brilliant, leading the world. All kinds of inheritances clashed and created resplendent sparks, and there were many historical sites. Tianhen City had a long history, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed. It was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central region. The city walls were majestic and made of bluestone, like a lying green dragon. When Yi Fan's group entered the city, no one paid attention to them. That was because there were all kinds of strange people coming and going in this huge city every day. They couldn't be considered conspicuous. You said you wanted to treat us to Tao comprehension tea. You said it as if it was extraordinary. I wonder what it is. Don't randomly find a broken tea house to fool us. Longma dawdled. The everlasting tea house was a 5-story building. It had an ancient charm, and there were no ordinary people coming in and out. Everyone was a powerhouse of the cultivation world. It was famous because it sold Tao comprehension tea. It would be sold once or twice every year, and it would always fetch a sky-high price. The undying mountain could only produce a few dozen tea leaves every year, but they could harvest them every year. This was enough to show that they were extraordinary. Yifan also didn't know if he could buy it. His main purpose was to find out some information. After exiting the primitive forest, they directly arrived at this ancient city. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, refreshing the mind. The divine knight took a sip and exclaimed in admiration at the good tea. In the end, they didn't manage to buy the Tao comprehension tea. Now that the ancient race had appeared, this kind of rare divine tea was even more precious. There were only a few dozen tea leaves every year, and the competition was intense. Longma transformed into his human form. At first, he pretended to drink the tea, but in the end he directly took out a huge jade bowl and asked the dizzy waiter to pour it for him. He then began to drink like a whale. Everyone at the other tables couldn't help but laugh. "Sigh, we're all old." It's true that there will always be new talents in every generation, and each of them will be outstanding for hundreds of years. The powerful characters of the younger generation are truly terrifying. Isn't that so? Even Huang Xudao's disciple can shake the world, and he's not even 20 years old yet. The All Beginnings Holy Land has also nurtured a peerless genius. This is a painful lesson. Back then, their saint son and saintess were all killed. Now they're putting all their efforts into nurturing a genius. It seems like they've been suppressing their anger for so many years. Yifan drank the tea and listened quietly. He stopped Longma's questions and told them to listen quietly. The everlasting tea house's business was very good. The people coming in and out were all cultivators going from south to north. People liked to discuss various matters of the cultivation world here, and it was a good place for small gatherings. The times have changed. Even unrivaled supreme experts like Huang Xudao and the Heavenly Prince haven't made a move in 5 or 6 years. Even the disciples they taught can move unhindered under the heavens. If Alcade doesn't appear, who can compete? Do you guys think the Alcade Saint Master has stepped onto the ancient starry sky path? If she's still in this world, why hasn't she appeared in these past few years? In the era when saints didn't appear, Alcade was almost unrivaled under the heavens in that battle 8 years ago. That kind of glorious battle record is unforgettable even now. Yifan revealed a strange expression. The former Alcade Saint Master had already become the master of this holy land. He was actually powerful to such a level, and he heard these people say that he had stepped into the starry sky. What was going on? After so many years looking at the heroes of the world, it's still Huang Xudao, the Heavenly Prince, the Alcade Saint Master, the Sacred Prince, and the others who all had periods where they could sweep through the world. You guys are missing one person. Back then, the divine physique was all-powerful, and he had beaten up his peers until they couldn't raise their heads. He killed saint children and divine children, and he also had a period of glory. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. If I think about it carefully, he should have left for 14 or 15 years. He's quite a character. I just don't know if his cultivation has made great progress. Master, who are you guys talking about? A 13 or 14-year-old young lady asked a group of elders. An elder lovingly rubbed the young lady's head. He seemed to be in deep thought as he said, "It's someone called Yifan. When he left back then, you weren't even born yet. That was truly an unforgettable period of time. Is he very powerful?" The young lady tilted her head and asked. Her large eyes were extremely bright. Many people in the tea house looked over. It was clear that many people were attracted by their conversation and recalled the events of the past. Another elder rubbed the young lady's head and said, "During that period, the divine physique was definitely an expert that no one didn't know about. Now the Heavenly Prince, the Alcade Saint Master, and the others are all great enemies of his. Once the Alcade appeared, who could contend against him? When the Heavenly Prince appeared, all the heroes of the world trembled in fear. He fought against all these supreme experts alone, yet he still survived?" The young lady's eyes were suffused with light. "Child, you're wrong. Back then, when he was all-powerful, he had never tasted defeat against his peers. Even the Alcade Saint Master, the Heavenly Prince, and the Fire Qilin, who was the most courageous, were unable to injure his life. No one dared to truly fight to the death with him. That's right. How glorious were all the saint children. They were all suppressed by him alone. Back in the past, Yuangu, who had the bloodline of an ancient emperor, was still killed by him. Hua Yunfei, who shocked the world like an exiled immortal, was also defeated in the end. Then where did he go? The young lady continued to ask. He left this ancient star and his whereabouts are unknown. I don't know if he's still alive. The star path is truly dangerous. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. A group of people rose from their seats and went downstairs with ugly expressions. Those are the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings. If we talk about the divine physiques past like this, they will definitely be dissatisfied. Back then, Yi Fan killed their saint children and their saintess. Woo, now they have finally nurtured a heaven-warping genius and treat him like a precious treasure. Today he will have a battle with someone called Yi Tong. That's right. Today, a battle between two heaven-warping geniuses will be held in our city. So many experts have rushed here just to watch this battle that will attract the attention of the entire world. Did you guys know? I heard that this person called Yi Tong is related to the divine physique from back then. If he isn't his disciple, then he is his child. He was raised by that bastard big black dog that deserves to die 10,000 times. I've long since heard about it. Otherwise, why would the genius from the Holy Land of all beginnings want to fight him? He just wants to vent some resentment for the Holy Land and continue the battle with the divine physique. Yi Fan was startled. Who was Yi Tong? Could it be his eldest disciple, Tong Tong? He was dumbfounded. So many years had passed, and it was about time for this little fellow to grow up. This time, it can be said that a storm is brewing. It's said that many ancient race experts have come to watch this battle. Back then, they all suffered a great loss because of the divine physique. Today they want to see how his disciple is doing. Evidently, the storm in Heavenly Scar City was caused by a battle between two heaven-warping geniuses of the younger generation. Chapter 1028. It's time to go to the Fire Spirit Valley to watch the battle between the geniuses. The battle will begin in 2 hours. Right, let's find a good place to watch the most eye-catching battle in the Eastern Wasteland in recent years. Let's see who is stronger. The people in the tea house stood up one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had left, flying into the distance. None of them wanted to miss this battle. I'm really looking forward to it. It looks like Yi Fan's disciple or descendant is about to make a move. There were many figures in the sky. Many of them had bright eyes as they flew in a certain direction. Soon the tea house became deserted. Except for the Holy Knight and his companions, almost everyone else had left. This child has already grown up. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. When he left, Tong Tong was still a young child. He often cried and talked to small animals by himself. After more than a decade, he had already become a heaven's pride. He could fight saint children from all the holy lands and his reputation had risen. Everyone, if you don't leave now, there won't be a good place to watch the battle. The tea house waiter reminded them kindly. Okay, let's go and watch this battle, Yi Fan said. Haha. Longma laughed. He was very excited to see Yi Fan's disciple fight someone as soon as he arrived in the Big Dipper Star region. Is it really the little senior brother I've never met? Zhang Qingyang's eyes sparkled. He was looking forward to this battle. On the way, they saw a large group of cultivators. Many of them were ancient race members with strange appearances. Some had the head of a dog and the body of a human. Some had divine wings, and some looked like a god of thunder. After more than a decade, the human race's saint physique has gone into seclusion. But a disciple has appeared. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Back then, the human race's saint physique made our ancient races fall into a sorry state. I'm really looking forward to his return. I don't believe the heavenly prince can't kill him. It was clear that many of the ancient race powerhouses had come with ill intentions. In the past, Yi Fan had fought a bloody battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range, fighting against all the heroes of the world. Blood had dyed the entire mountain range red, and it was unknown just how many heroes had died. This was an unforgettable memory of the ancient race. Forget it. Yuangu was so powerful back then. As the 8th grandson of the Yuan Emperor, the power of his bloodline was world-shaking. He did everything he could, but in the end he still died in battle. Along the way, Various overlords of the ancient races appeared one after another, all of them talking and discussing. The great battle that had happened many years ago had left a deep impression on them, and they still hadn't forgotten it. The Fire Spirit Gully was an ancient battlefield located 100 miles west of Heavenscar City. There was a huge ravine in the center of this mountainous region. It was several miles long, and not a single blade of grass grew there. No matter what kind of seeds were planted or how much water was used, they would not sprout. The ground of the Fire Spirit Gorge was reddish-brown in color and completely barren. According to legend, a fire spirit had once appeared here, and it ruled over the central territory for countless years. At this moment, the mountain peaks around the Fire Spirit Ravine were packed with people. This battle had a great impact, and everyone was paying attention to it. It was known as the Battle of the Young Generation's Heavenly Kings. Are you sure that Yi Tong is related to the divine physique? Is he really his disciple or son? Someone asked in disbelief. You're behind the times. I've seen this child with my own eyes. 2 years ago, he was brought out by that Black Emperor to train. He is definitely related to the divine physique. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Fan's inheritance had not been broken. Back then, he had made a name for himself, shaking the entire eastern wasteland. So many years had passed, but his great enemies still hadn't forgotten him. Back then it was truly unforgettable. So many world-shaking battles shook the whole world. Everyone's thoughts were in a myriad of thoughts. They thought about how Yi Fan had broken the curse and resisted the heavenly might under the moonlight. When he first revealed his extraordinary might, he had attracted the attention of the whole world as if it had happened just yesterday. Later on, there was a great battle. He swept through the world, fighting until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses piled up into mountains, and the 5 regions were shaken. It seemed like these years hadn't passed yet. They're here. Someone shouted. In the distance, a large expanse of clouds surged over. It was so dense that it wouldn't disperse. It was like a cloud cast from divine gold, vast and boundless. Over 100 figures stood on top of it. Among them, there was a young man around 20 years old. He wore a purple gold crown and chainmail. His figure was tall and slender, and he exuded a heroic aura. The people from the Holy Land of all beginnings have arrived. The youth at the very front is the heaven-warping genius that they have painstakingly nurtured for so many years. His name is Emoshue. Emoshue's expression was calm. His black hair scattered over his shoulders. He was full of heroism, and his eyes were deep. He stood at the very front of the clouds. The iron clothes on his body flickered with cold light. The purple gold crown on his head was brilliant and dazzling. Great Tao ripples flowed about, making him seem unreachable, unyielding and heroic. I heard that he has long entered the great expert realm. 2 years ago he defeated the holy child of all beginnings from more than 500 years ago. His strength is extremely terrifying. Emoshue stood on the cloud without moving. Strand after strand of great Tao aura seeped out from his body. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled vaguely. He was like the reincarnation of a heavenly king. Behind him stood dozens to hundreds of figures. All of them were silent and expressionless. They have really mustered such a large force. Just the great experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land have come. One can imagine just how much attention they are paying to this battle. Everyone was shocked. Even though they knew that the All Beginnings Holy Land had some grudges with Yi Fan in the past, they hadn't thought that there would be such a great grievance. It was clear that they had been holding it in for many years. Do you still not understand? The holy physique killed their holy child, and then killed their holy maiden. Finally, he even lured their furious holy master into the nest of 10,000 dragons. This is a great grudge. She'll lower your voice. A living fossil of the All Beginnings Holy Land is looking over. He has heard what we are saying. Everyone discussed in low voices. The atmosphere in this mountain range immediately became tense. The All Beginnings Holy Land had come to vent their resentment. They could only win this battle. Sigh, the human race's holy physique was too domineering back then. Even the great sage had a belly full of anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. Many people nodded. Yi Fan had left, and the All Beginnings Holy Land had finally produced a peerless genius. They naturally had to issue a challenge. Their prestige had to rise again. What did you do in the past that angered even the gods? Longma asked. Even Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan looked over with strange expressions. Yi Fan was speechless. He shook his head and said, I just wanted to survive. Impossible. Why do they hate you so much? Longma didn't believe it. They asked for it. Yi Fan thought of many things in the past. Before he had completed his Tao, he had been quite miserable. All the holy lands and great sects had chased after him for the myriad Qi cauldron. In those years he didn't dare to show his true face to others. He relied on Genesis arts to change the world, and wandered from one place to another. In those years, if he didn't have Genesis arts, he would have been killed dozens or hundreds of times. Only when his cultivation entered the ranks of the world's heroes did he change everything. Boom. In the distance, monstrous demonic Qi surged. 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. A huge peacock flew across the sky, illuminating the sky. Mahamayuri is here. Everyone exclaimed. It was the Peacock King, who had dominated the world in the past. He stood in the clouds and came to watch the battle. This is a king of the demonic race. Before the world changed, he had almost cut down his Tao. Now his Tao is even more powerful. Back then, he was friends with the holy physique. He is here to suppress Yi Tong. Between the heaven and earth, the wind roared. Divine clouds surged. Powerful ripples undulated like the vast ocean. In this short period of time, many great forces had come. Yaoguang, Daoyi, Zifu and Jade Lake Sacred Grounds are all here. Their lineup is not weak. I didn't think that the battle between the younger generation would make all the sacred grounds restless. Of course. Now everyone is paying attention. They want to see what the successor of the holy physique is like. Will he be the second Yi Fan? Rumble. In the distance, the earth shook. Wild beasts roared. A man in snow-white clothes appeared on a golden hoe. He stood in the distance like a god. He was handsome and elegant. His eyes were like stars. It's Jiang Yifei. The holy leader of the Jiang family has come in person. For so many years, this person has been the most mysterious. Ever since he started his cultivation, he has never fought with any peerless heroes. He doesn't have any glorious achievements. No one knows the depth of his cultivation. However, some people have classified him as one of the most terrifying and powerful people in the world. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. In the distance, 81 dragons filled the western sky. The dragon Qi made the heaven and earth boil. Then 9 terrifying flood dragons appeared, pulling a carriage and stopping in the clouds. It's the Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that even the big shots of the Central Plains would show up. At the same time, in another direction, demonic Qi filled the air. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. In the sky full of purple Qi, a person stood upright. Only a pair of eyes pierced through the void mist. It was terrifying and made many people tremble. It's the Sky Demon King. The Sky Demon Palace Lord, Yao Yuekong, is also here. Boom. On the other side, there was a turbulent wave. Many ancient masters released their powerful aura. It was like a million demonic mountains were pressing down, making people feel suffocated. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know how many Dao cutters there were. They were all powerful people who were sealed in the source of God during the immemorial era. So what if you have more people? You want to scare my nephew? There's nothing to be afraid of. A tall figure appeared in the south. He looked like a wild man with disheveled hair. His blood energy was monstrous. He held a wolf-tooth club in his hand. Barbarian Divine King Dongfang Yi has arrived. Everyone's expression changed again. They didn't expect so many great figures to come today. They all came for this younger generation's battle. It was clear that all of this was because Yi Tong might be the disciple of the divine physique. It made these great figures come out of isolation and pay great attention to him. I truly never thought that after the divine physique left for so many years, his disciple's appearance would trigger such a great commotion. Many people sighed with regret. In the distance, Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan were both moved. They never thought that Yi Fan would have such power in this world. Even though he had already left, he could still make the world tremble because of his relationship with him. He's here, Yi Tong has finally arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. There was only a single person flying over from the distance. He didn't have any Dao protectors. He was fast to the extreme, turning into a streak of rainbow as he tore through the sky. Hong. When he stopped, everyone's eyes shone with divine splendor. This was a handsome youth that was less than 20 years old. Every inch of his body was shining. He was as resplendent as a sun. You've finally come. Mo Shui's eyes flourished with brilliance. Like two streaks of lightning, the clouds beneath his feet were all scattered, collapsing in all directions. Apart from this, there were other people shouting from different great sections. There were even people from ancient races. Killing intent immediately soared into the heavens. Master, you really did have quite a few enemies back then, Yi Tong said to himself. His body became more and more dazzling. A golden sun rose from his back. This was a bloodline phenomenon that he was born with. The divine blood of the sun inside his body let out a sound that sounded like the collapse of mountains and the roar of tsunamis, vibrating clearly. Even though my master is no longer here, his inheritance still exists. Those who are dissatisfied with him or have great hatred can come at me. Yi Tong's appearance was vigorous. Golden radiance flourished from his entire body. He stood within a golden sun, making it impossible for others to look straight at him. A little child dares to boast shamelessly. Truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people berated, all of them revealing terrifying killing intent. At the center of the battlefield, Yi Tong was happy and fearless. His thick long hair scattered behind him, enveloped within the dazzling divine splendor of the sun. I will face all of my master's past opponents in his place. Now, my master's opponent is no longer you all, but even higher. Chapter 1029. Not a single blade of grass grew in the Fire Spirit Ravine. It was a scorched land left behind from countless years ago and would never disappear. There were many figures everywhere, and cultivators were everywhere on the distant mountains. Many people sneered endlessly, thinking that Yi Tong was young and full of vigor. He would definitely suffer a great loss. On the battlefield, Missouri Shui's hair was tied up with a purple gold crown. His face was as if it had been carved by a blade. He had an oppressive heroic spirit and angular features. His eyes were like cold stars, and every pore on his body was breathing in and out essence energy. There were strands of great Dao aura on his body, accompanied by lightning and thunder. This was a Dao mark produced when one cultivated to a certain level and obtained the recognition of the heaven and earth. It resonated with the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 1. Mo Shui took action at this time. His speed was inconceivably fast. Cold light shone on his iron clothes, and the heavens and earth were covered in cold splendor. A great crack in the void descended, causing the heavens to tremble. His fingers were like blades. This strike contained boundless power, and even the expressions of many sect masters present changed. This kind of speed and power was rarely seen in this world, and even they found it difficult to block. Flames flickered all over Yi Tong's body, and his eyes were as brilliant as the sun. His hands formed the sun god technique, and a golden radiance shot out from his fingertips. This was the incomparably sharp sword chi of the sun. Chang! Sparks flew in all directions in the void. The great crack in the void clashed with the sword chi of the sun, and an expanse of radiance burst forth. It was as if fireworks were blooming, beautiful and dazzling. However, this made everyone's expression change. They were inwardly astonished. These two had such great divine abilities at such a young age. If they truly grew up, how terrifying would they be? Ja! Mo Shui roared and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. It turned into a wave of Dao waves, and these were 108 small swords made of sound waves. They rushed towards Yi Tong's head abruptly. The entire void trembled like a paper window, and all the air currents rushed about chaotically. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ancient trees were all turned into fine powder. Pop! The small swords made the void riddled with holes, let alone a person with flesh and blood. Once they were hit, they would definitely be in tatters. Yi Tong was not afraid in the face of danger. His hands moved about, and he propped up a natural golden circle. A resplendent battle aura erupted, enveloping his body within. The Dao waves rose and fell, submerging the golden circle, but it was difficult to damage it. Yi Tong's techniques didn't touch his body, and he blocked the sharp sound wave swords. Yi Fan's golden circle from back then has reappeared. Someone cried out in surprise. No one would ever forget the scene when Yi Fan evolved the Taiji, invulnerable to all techniques and propping up the golden circle. He had once shocked an entire era. The Essence Sunfire surged up, and Yi Tong launched a fierce counterattack. Bathed in the fiery light, the sun in the sky seemed to have been created especially for him. Mysterious streams of fire were attracted by him. He was like a god of fire. Monstrous flames rushed out from his body, burning the void and surging forward. Emoshui had no choice but to dodge. He took out a pitch-black treasured fan and waved it in the air, instantly extinguishing a large area of the flames. "It's the Great Banana Fan," someone exclaimed. This type of fan was extremely difficult to find throughout the world. It was refined from a banana that grew in a place of extreme Yin, and all types of rare metals and stones were added in. The consumption was tremendous. This was an ancient secret treasure. Emoshui waved again, and the Great Banana Fan's black mist overflowed into the sky. It was like an ice blade that slashed at people's souls, shattering their spirits. The coldness was bone-piercing. The people in the distance all retreated. The vegetation on the mountains froze at the first moment, and then turned into black powder. It was difficult to withstand the cold. Seeing this, Yi Tong's pupils constricted. The opponent had made ample preparations for his Sun Saint power, but he wasn't afraid. He pointed one hand at the sun and the other at the opponent. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and one could clearly see the blazing light falling from the sky. This was a shockingly large sum of money. Yi Tong directly turned the red sun in the sky into a great weapon on the spot. The fiery light that came down covered the sky and the earth, entering the top of his head. Then, it transformed into the origin of Saint Power, and rushed toward Emoshui. Pfft! Tit for tat, it was a fierce confrontation. Emoshui used the Great Banana Fan to block the Essence Sunfire. The temperature between the two fluctuated between hot and cold, and the difference in temperature was huge. In the mountains, many boulders turned into magma a moment ago, and then solidified in the next moment. Then they froze and cracked. The scene was terrifying. It was said that water and fire were merciless. If these two kinds of powers fought together, it would definitely be a great disaster. The collision of the two extremes would shatter the sky every time. The world is going to be destroyed. The world is going to be destroyed. Many young cultivators had never seen such a grand scene before. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but cry out. The scene at this moment was too terrifying. Yi Tong used the sun in the sky as a weapon. Flames covered the sky and the earth, and the sky was completely turned into a sea of fire. All the blazing light finally converged into a river, and entered the top of Yi Tong's head. Then, it struck toward the Saint Sun of all beginnings with monstrous might. The secret treasure, the Great Banana Fan, couldn't withstand it anymore. It let out cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on the surface of the black fan. It was about to be burned into pieces. This disciple of Yi Fan is amazing. He has great boldness. He used celestial bodies like the sun, the moon, and the stars as weapons in his hands. It's really amazing. Many of the older generation were flabbergasted. Although the temperature in front of them was blazing and had turned more than a dozen mountains into magma, they still felt a chill run down their spines. In the distance, Yi Fan smiled and nodded. More than a dozen years had passed, and that crybaby had really grown up. It was enough to stand on his own. This kind of might amazed even him. His future accomplishments were limitless. Only with great boldness can one's path be long, the divine knight said. Emoshui shouted loudly, and actually put away the Great Banana Fan. He spread his 10 fingers and shot out 10 bolts of lightning that tore through the sky. Everyone was astonished. He actually put away his powerful secret treasure, and attacked with his bare hands. Wasn't this making use of his weakness to avoid his strength? However, Yi Fan frowned. His eyes shot out 2 beams of dazzling light as he muttered to himself. No wonder he could fight against someone with the Sun Saint Emperor's bloodline. It's also a rare physique, not simple. Only a few people noticed the abnormality. These 10 bolts of lightning were very special. They contained wisps of terrifying aura, that made people feel stifled. Bang! Finally, the lightning exploded. Monstrous flames collided with each other. They weren't at a disadvantage, and could even annihilate a large area of the sacred flames. What is this? Primal chaos lightning. Someone cried out in surprise. Meanwhile, the vast majority of people widened their eyes and revealed expressions of disbelief. How old was he? Yet he dared to refine the primal chaos. Even the older generation didn't dare to do so. Yitong's expression was solemn. He moved with great force and controlled the flames that filled the sky to suppress Mo Shui. The sun in the sky poured down tens of thousands of waterfall-like splendor. At this moment, Mo Shui was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had transformed into a god. His whole body flashed with lightning and thunder, and every pore on his body was shooting out arcs of electricity. This wasn't ordinary lightning, but actually primal chaos lightning. It was rarely seen even in heavenly tribulation. When it hacked down, it was a world-shocking attack. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of background did Mo Shui have? He could actually control the primal chaos like this. Chaotic lightning radiance shot in all directions with a raise of his hand. His offensive power was definitely heaven-defying among his peers. This is the type of physique required by all beginnings? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? The All Beginnings Holy Land has searched bitterly. Could it be that they really found the legendary physique? Many people were shocked. If their suspicions weren't wrong, then the All Beginnings Holy Land had truly found the immortal seedling, after all their hardships. Correct, he might very well have a chaotic body, someone said with a sunken voice. All Beginnings, this name was used to establish a sect. It could explain a portion of their teachings. The primal era of heaven and earth, the birth of all things, originated from primal chaos. Their ancient scriptures talked about a few secret methods from the primal chaos. They were extremely profound, and there were even more secrets about the beginning of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, cultivating this type of scripture was extremely difficult. Only if one was innately compatible with primal chaos, harmonizing with the primal aura of all things, could one reach the highest level of accomplishment. However, this type of person was almost impossible to find. After all these years, they had never seen one. This sect had never produced an unmatched expert under the heavens. Now they seem to have found one. Truly inconceivable, there is actually this type of physique in this world. No wonder the All Beginnings Holy Land is so confident, wishing to use their disciples to fight against the inheritor of the holy body. Everyone couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Chang. The space between Mo Shui's brows flickered with brilliance. An inch-long small sword shot out, hacking towards Yitong. It was exceptionally sharp, 10,000 strands of chaotic energy descending. It was extremely terrifying. Yitong released a long roar. A fiery red sun bell flew out from between his brows, smashing into the Dao sword. Blazing light erupted between the two, engulfing all directions. The great mountains in all directions were like paper, turning into ashes. Everyone had long hidden even further away out of fear of being caught up in the shockwaves. Dang! The sound of the great bell resounded through the heaven and earth. The fiery red bell body blazed with brilliance, quickly enlarging, suspending above Yitong's head while ringing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Shui stood there with a sword in hand. The great sword in his hand was several dozen zhang long, and he was like a deity, majestic and awe-inspiring. This sword was forged from primal chaos stones, and it could innately attract chaotic energy. There were symbols carved all over it, turning it into a world-shocking Dao sword. He released a loud roar, hacking over with the primal chaos sword in hand, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, his hair was flying about chaotically, and his eyes were terrifying. He actually had the power to devour mountains and rivers. Dang! Yitong faced it head-on. The great bell above his head was also a divine material, forged from Daoyuo silver essence. However, it was now dyed red by the fiery light, blazing and dazzling. The several dozen zhang long great sword hacked down on the sun bell. Light and flame surged several thousand zhang into the air, and at the same time, there were bell waves that shook out, sweeping in all directions. The fire spirit ravine immediately became a desert, and the distant mountains even more continuously collapsed. Mo Shui's eyes straightened, and his hair and primal chaos blended together. His body blossomed with a ring of primal chaos light, resisting the most terrifying Sun Saint force. The stone sword in his hand brandished and closed, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Yitong also attacked with true fire. Ever since he was born, he had never encountered any obstructions. Immediately, a divine sun appeared, and he stood within, illuminating all directions. The Saint Sun of all beginnings has a chaotic constitution. Yet this Yitong is not at a disadvantage, and is even suppressing his opponent. What kind of constitution does he have? Is there even a need to ask? Look at how he uses the sun essence fire as if it's his arm, and every inch of his flesh is shining. It's most likely the power of the sun god's bloodline. At this moment, Yitong was within a golden sun like a young deity. He breathed in and out the essence energy of the 8 desolates, and every strike was majestic. The great bell was long and drawn out, and there was a kind of world-splitting power. Meanwhile, Emo Shui was also incomparably powerful. His entire body was shrouded in a chaotic halo, and he was like a war god. He wielded a great sword that was several dozen zhang long, and as he hacked, the heaven and earth collapsed. The bell and sword collided, and the sound was deafening. Primal chaos pervaded the air, and flames overflowed into the heavens. This place was boiling from the battle. Every generation has its own geniuses, and each of them will be outstanding for several hundred years. The Jiang clan master, Jiang Yifei, who many people couldn't fathom, sighed softly. His clothes were as white as snow, and his eyes were deep. He actually said such words. Many people couldn't help but nod. Yitong and Emo Shui in front of them were definitely heaven-warping geniuses rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. Their rise was like the coexistence of Yi Fan, Yao Guang Saint Sun, Huang Shu Dao, Fire Qilin and others. He's truly worthy of being a disciple of a saint physique. His bravery is also unparalleled. Even the Saint Sun that all beginnings painstakingly nurtured couldn't do anything to him. I can vaguely see the rise of a second Yi Fan. An elder sighed. Clang. The primal chaos stone sword collided with the sun god bell. Every strike contained the power of laws, and they interweaved into patterns that were branded in the sky. After several hundred exchanges, Yitong let out a clear whistle. Flames overflowed into the heavens, and he raised the great bell with one hand. It rapidly enlarged, and like a huge mountain, it covered downwards. The sun god blood in his entire body boiled, emitting a sound like that of a landslide or a tsunami. His bravery was unparalleled, and his head of hair danced in the wind. Emo Shui's expression changed. He raised his sword and slashed down. The great sword that was over 10 zhang long wanted to block the falling great bell. His eyebrows stood erect as he roared, shattering mountains and rivers. Wang. The great bell rumbled, and the bell waves were mysterious ripples that turned into the most terrifying Dao waves. They rushed out in all directions and shattered the mountains. Meanwhile, the inside of the bell was even more terrifying. The bell waves were like a tide, and the fiery light ripples were densely packed. They turned into symbols and submerged the inside of the great bell. Emo Shui lightly shouted. His entire body blossomed with brilliance, and a primal chaos light screen appeared. The stone sword in his hand hacked down with all his might, wanting to shatter this great bell. However, this was truly too difficult. Yitong's divine might was awe-inspiring. His hair fluttered in the wind, and the sun's holy light illuminated the heaven and earth. He stood in the middle of a golden blazing sun, and continuously rang the bell. His cultivation was as deep as the sea, and he was one with the bell. He was unshakable. Emo Shui rushed downwards, wanting to escape from the mouth of the bell. However, the great bell was boundless and continuously enlarged. It continued to trap him within. The long and drawn-out rumbling sounds seemed to resound through the endless ages. Too terrifying. It's as if I'm seeing Yi Fan reappear in this world. This disciple of his has his unrivaled style, and he is similarly unstoppable. Everyone's expressions changed, and even many sect masters felt a chill run down their backs. They believed that they couldn't block this attack. Yitong shook the bell. Even though he was handsome and tall, his eyes were resplendent at this moment. He had a type of if I can't do it, who else can I do it? His head of thick hair danced about chaotically, and he possessed a type of wildness. He was starting to display the strength of a monarch that overlooked the world. Kacha. Within the fiery red great bell, the primal chaos sword broke apart inch by inch. Under the bell waves, it turned into fine powder, and the chaotic light that filled the sky was scattered. Emo Shue's hair was disheveled, and he coughed out large amounts of blood. He was surrounded by the mountainous bell body, and his strength was exhausted. He was shaken until blood flowed out from his mouth and nose, and the chaotic halo around his body collapsed. Pung. In the end he acted fiercely. The chaotic sea within his body exploded, and the great bell was shaken high into the air. He flew outwards, separating from the bell body. Emo Shue's gaze was intimidating. He gave Yitong a deep look, and then he quickly rushed towards the people from the holy land of all beginnings. As soon as he returned, he directly fell on his back, blood flowing out from all of the pores on his body. What? Holy child of all beginnings suffered a great defeat. Yitong won. His strength truly is astonishing, worthy of being the disciple of a holy physique. This type of unrivaled style is of the same bloodline. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, right at this time, several large hands covered the sky and covered the earth, crushing towards Yitong, wishing to blast him into a bloody paste and strangle this exceptional genius in the cradle. In the distance, Yi Fan's sharp brows immediately stood on end. His gaze was dazzling, and it was as if a heavenly sword was unsheathed. 2 streaks of cold lightning shot out from the void as he said to himself, "Those who dare touch my disciple don't want to live anymore." Chapter 1030. One of the green hands was the fiercest. There were wisps of yin qi on it, and it was like a reincarnated ghost emperor. It was the first to reach out and grab Yitong's body. This green hand was hundreds of meters long, and it was like a falling mountain. It was suffocating. It was definitely a Dao-severing king, and it was exceptionally powerful. It was extremely extreme to attack a junior like this. It was obvious that he wanted to kill this genius and bury him in the cradle of his growth, not giving him a chance to rise. Yitong reacted quickly. The sun essence fire flickered under his feet. He had cultivated the Xing character formula passed down by Yi Fan to a certain degree. He combined it with his own origin, and he soared through the sky like a golden crow. He dodged the killing blow of the Dao-severing king by a hair's breadth. The void was like a piece of paper that was torn apart by several large hands. A total of 4 or 5 Dao-severing kings attacked. Their identities were unknown, and they traversed the sky to launch a fatal attack. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, and the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated. Everyone's methods involved the power of order. Divine chains pierced through the void and interweaved into a dazzling world of Tao laws. "How dare you!" A loud shout came from afar. Dongfang Yi made his move. He stood on the mountain without moving, and he spat out a mouthful of barbarian king's blood qi. It turned into a mountain that fell down and smashed into the sky. Like a landslide and a tsunami, the innate blood essence in barbarian king's body was incomparable. It exploded like a star, and thousands of ripples swept out in all directions. "You dare to touch my nephew? You must be tired of living." Barbarian king roared. His true body descended, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a barbarian who had become a god. He waved his fists and legs, and the wind and clouds trembled in all directions. Even the mountains dozens of kilometers away exploded. He was like a god of war that had descended. In the distance, a smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He knew that with these old friends here, he most likely didn't need to make a move. Since Tong dared to come here, he must have informed some of his uncles. The little fellow had already grown up, and he knew how to work together to make use of his connections. He wasn't acting on impulse. Barbarian King has made his move. He was Yi Fan's best friend in the past. It will be difficult for these Dao-severing kings to kill this genius. The bloodline of the god of battle in Nanling is second only to the sacred physique of the human tribe. Now, with the toughness of his body and the strength of his combat strength, it's hard to find a worthy opponent. Everyone cried out softly. The confrontation between the 2 young geniuses had actually triggered a confrontation between Dao-severers. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Roar! With a long whistle, demonic qi overflowed into the skies from afar. A purple mist pervaded the air, and an indistinct figure was hidden within. Only a pair of eyes were as sharp as lightning, shooting out divine light through the mist. The heavenly Goblin King has also made his move. He is also an old friend of the sacred physique. Now his fame has shaken the world. Who dares to oppose him? Back then, my heavenly demon physique was congenitally deficient. Before I was even born, I was plotted against in my mother's womb. It took me decades of hard work to recover my natural endowments. Now that I've severed my Tao, I'm like the reincarnation of a demon god. Yao Yuekong attacked with the sky fiend god slaughtering style. His entire body turned into a demonic blade as he slashed at the world. Pooh! A streak of blood splashed out as he cut a large hand in half. Blood splashed everywhere as the giant hand fell into the sky. An angry roar was heard as the severed arm quickly retreated and disappeared into the void. He had suffered a great loss, and blood dyed the world red. Swoosh! 5-colored divine light flashed, and the Peacock King appeared. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens and swept away the owner of the large hands. The indistinct figure standing in the void. In the distance, everyone gasped. The heavenly goblin physique, Dongfang Yi, and the others who had dominated the world in the past had already become a king of a region. With the addition of an old goblin king like the Peacock King, who would dare to make a move? Even though the sacred physique has already left, his disciple is not someone who can be bullied. His old friends are all Tao Severers who rule over a region. Not to mention the others, just these 3 alone were enough to make many powerhouses feel a headache and fear. Any one of them could rule over a region. How awe-inspiring. 3 kings appearing together for the sake of a member of the younger generation. He is nothing more than a disciple with a divine body. Is it worth it? A cold sneer sounded from the distance, the tone unkind. 2 people walked over. Yao Yuekong said coldly, "Some people don't know how to behave. It was supposed to be a fight between juniors, but they just had to interfere. They killed a genius and still have the nerve to blame others. There are always some shameless people in the world who want to get involved in the juniors' business. They forced us to take action." Dongfang Yi said bluntly. "Tong Tong, you go back first. Let your uncles come and catch up with them," the Peacock King said. "Thank you, Grandpa Peacock King. It's okay. I will just watch from the side." Yitong smiled shyly. When he was not fighting, he looked very delicate and harmless. It was a far cry from his wild and domineering appearance just now. Heh, even a little brat dares to catch up with Tao executioners. He doesn't know what's good for him. The newcomer sneered. These were 2 men who looked very valiant. They were full of vitality, and there was a divine flame throbbing between their brows. One of them even had a single horn on his forehead, as if he was a deity. They are the 2 great generals of the heavenly imperial prince. In this era where saints don't appear, they are respected by all races, and it is difficult to find an opponent in this world. It's actually these 2 people. They represent the will of the heavenly imperial prince. Their strength is powerful, and they have swept through all these years. Who knows how many overlords they have killed? Everyone's expressions changed. These were 2 people with great backgrounds. They were well-known experts of the ancient race. They had defected to the heavenly imperial prince, and now, almost no one dared to provoke them. What Tao executioner? The Black Emperor said that he will capture you 2 as battle pets sooner or later. Yitong ridiculed. He was not afraid even when facing 2 well-known Tao executioners. When the large black dog was mentioned, the group of people all had black lines on their foreheads. The eyes of these 2 ancient race experts were even colder, shooting out murderous gazes. "We will kill it sooner or later," one of them said coldly. When these 2 people appeared, the people who had just attacked also walked over. The situation was grim, and both sides were ready to fight. These few years have been too peaceful. There is no passion for battle, and there is no romance to mediate. Today is finally going to be interesting. A tall man dressed in silver-white battle clothes walked over. He had a halberd on his back. He looked very quiet, but his eyes would occasionally shoot out a frightening light. This is the young prince of the demon god race. He is a well-known figure among the Tao executioners in recent years. He has never tasted defeat since his debut, and he is invincible. Not only did the expressions of the many human experts change, But even the people of the ancient race were moved. They did not expect that another reputable Dao executioner would make a move. The demon god race was a glorious and powerful race, but they did not dare to take on such a name. Although they had declined once, they would rise again. Even the Dao executioner king tiers of their race were not to be underestimated. Moreover, the two capable subordinates of the heavenly prince had arrived. The three of them walked at the very front, and immediately blocked Dongfang Yi and Yao Yuekong's path. The four people at the back were immediately filled with confidence. They strode forward amidst the hazy mist, wanting to blame Yi Tong and the others for killing a genius. "Nephew, go back," Dongfang Yi said. There would definitely be a battle between Dao executioners next. If one of them used a saint tool, it would be very bad. "All right, I will leave immediately," Yi Tong replied. Yao Yuekong and the others were not worried about Tong, because he was a child raised by the large black dog. He had countless things on him, and he could break out of the encirclement with just one formation platform. He might even be able to kill some people. They understood that dog's temperament too well. If anyone dared to touch a single hair of his, he would bite off 10 mouthfuls of flesh. He would definitely not let Tong come out and suffer a great loss. Everyone says that the saint physique is so powerful, but I think it is just an undeserved reputation. It is a pity that he left more than 10 years ago. Otherwise, the heavenly prince would have turned him into ashes. The two powerful Dao executioners said, laughing loudly. Their words were frivolous, and they only had eyes for the heavenly prince. They had loyally followed by his side all these years. They knew very well that the heavenly prince had a deep grudge against the human race's saint physique. Today he wanted to provoke him and find an opportunity to kill Yi Fan's disciple. When the two of them spoke like this, apart from a few people who agreed with them, most people chose to remain silent. Who dared to speak like this? Back then, Yi Fan had really killed his way to fame. Before he left, he had fought in the Broken Heaven mountain range, and blood had directly dyed the mountains red. He had fought to the point where the sun and moon had lost all light. Even Yuan Gu, who had the bloodline of an ancient emperor, and Hua Yunfei, who was like a banished immortal, had been killed. His illustrious fame had been built entirely through actual combat. Yi Tong spat coldly. "My master has already left for more than 10 years, and you only dare to say such words now. Why didn't you dare to jump out and kill all of you back then?" The two of them laughed coldly, and did not argue with each other. They took large strides forward and pressed forward. The expressions of Dongfang Yi and the others darkened, and they immediately blocked their path. "I only need 5 years, and I will be able to fight the world on behalf of my master. If any of you come, I will take them on," Yi Tong said. His words were straightforward and deafening. The group of people's expressions changed, and the killing intent in their eyes became even more intense. They all wanted to kill Yi Tong. In the distance, everyone looked at each other in dismay. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Fighting the world on behalf of his master had shaken everyone's mind. Although the saint physique has left, he has cultivated a good disciple and continued his power. Many people sighed. Boom. An astonishing aura was emitted, and there seemed to be wisps of ancient divine might. Everyone was shocked. Both sides might use divine tools. Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, and the others faced off against the heavenly prince's two capable generals, and the demon god race's young prince. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. If they really took out their divine tools, things would get serious. However, the four people at the side did not stop, and they all rushed toward Yi Tong to kill him. "Uncle, Grandpa, I will go back first. Thank you for today." Yi Tong bid farewell to Dongfang Yi, the Peacock King, and the others. He prepared to use the altar to open the void door and leave. In the distance, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with divine splendor. These Dao cutters had gone too far. They bullied the weak and forced his own disciple to flee. At this moment, Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, and the others were facing off against the others. They were on guard against the attacks of the divine tools, and did not act rashly. Yi Fan's palm flashed with splendor, and a black spear appeared. He walked forward with large strides, arriving at the center of the battlefield step by step. The sudden appearance of such a person surprised many cultivators. They did not know which side he belonged to and who he would attack. All of you leave your lives behind. Yi Fan's calm words carried a powerful deterrent force as he swept his gaze over the 4 Dao cutters in front of him. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly another person who stood up for Yi Tong, but why had they never seen him before? Unexpectedly, no one could recognize him. Who are you? Who do you think you are? How dare you boast so shamelessly? Even if Yi Fan returns, I don't think he would dare to speak like this. The human race's sacred physique has already become a thing of the past, and his name has been buried in the dust of history. Yet you forcefully stand up for his disciple. You don't know when to advance or retreat. The 4 Dao cutters all had cold expressions. Their faces were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. Yi Fan did not say anything else. He stabbed out with his spear. This spear strike returned to its original state, simple and natural. There was no resonance of the great Tao, and there was no divine force. However, the 4 people's expressions changed on the spot. They knew that they had encountered a terrifying expert. These 4 people all attacked with everything they had. They wanted to join forces and kill Yi Fan. However, the situation changed so quickly that it exceeded everyone's expectations. One spear strike. Just one spear strike. The sonorous sound shook heaven and earth. Bloody light blossomed, and a mournful scream rang out. It made everyone's hair stand on end. The black spear in Yi Fan's hand pierced through a Dao cutter and nailed him high into the air. Blood dripped from his body. This king-level cultivator struggled on the ground, but he could not break free. This scene shocked everyone. Every cultivator was trembling with fear. What kind of person was this? The spear struck out. At first, it was plain and ordinary, but in the end, it made the mountains and rivers lose their color, the sun and moon lose their radiance. Just a single spear strike had killed a tyrannical king-level cultivator. Yi Fan stood there like a demonic god. The other Dao cutters felt their blood run cold. They trembled as they backed up. They were truly frightened. It's him. It's actually that living fossil from the holy land of all beginnings. He has already severed his Dao and risen to become a king-level cultivator. Someone cried out in alarm. They recognized this expert who had been pierced through by a single spear strike. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He held the spear in one hand, carrying this Dao cutter king-level cultivator just like that. He walked towards the people from the holy land of all beginnings, making their bodies go cold. His spear was like a heavy mountain that weighed down on the hearts of every single person in this holy land. As he walked over step by step, everyone's minds felt like they were about to collapse. It was as if Yi Fan had entered an unstoppable state. He raised his spear and walked forward, arriving in front of this group of people. His expression was cold to the extreme as he stared at each and every one of them. At this moment, it was absolutely silent. Everyone from the holy land of all beginnings broke out in cold sweat. They never thought that one of their senior elders would suffer such a fate after taking action. Yi Fan raised the great spear high into the air, nailing that king down. Then he pointed it forward, almost stopping in front of this sect's holy lord. He didn't say anything. His eyes were only cold. He used his actions to give the best response. He picked up their king in front of everyone. This was a resounding slap to the face that was filled with killing intent. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one said anything. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were all watching nervously. This was using his own strength to intimidate a holy land. Pung. The black spear in Yi Fan's hand trembled. This Dao cutter living fossil collapsed on the spot. Blood splashed out, turning into a large expanse of broken bones and a rain of blood that dyed the sky red. This was undisguised intimidation. He picked up the king of a holy land and killed him right in front of their sect master. Chapter 1031. Blood rained down, and white bones flew in all directions. A Dao executioner had fallen. This kind of death was really undignified. The surroundings were completely silent. No one dared to speak. They were all scared stiff by this scene. That man was like a demon god. With just one spear strike, he had killed the king of the holy land of all beginnings, and turned him into a corpse in front of their sacred lord. He stood there alone, intimidating an entire holy land. Who in the world dared to do this? After so many years, no one had dared to be so unrestrained. The black spear was incomparably sharp. and it was almost touching the sacred Lord of all beginnings' forehead. Gulp. In the crowd, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, almost suffocating. The aura from this demon-like man made one's body feel like it was going to explode. Who are you? An elder from the Holy Land of all beginnings asked with a trembling voice. He had no choice but to speak. Right now, their situation was worrisome, and their reputation had been completely ruined. This man's silent actions were worse than killing all of them. Yi Fan's expression was very calm. He didn't say anything. Wherever his gaze passed by, the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings didn't dare to look him in the eye. They couldn't help but lower their heads. Only a few people gritted their teeth. Even though they didn't say anything, their eyes were cold, and they clenched their fists. They didn't dare to act recklessly, as they knew that they weren't his match. Yi Fan looked over. He raised the black spear in his right hand and pointed forward. The sharp spear tip instantly shot out a black beam of light. Pfff. One of them immediately turned into a bloody mist. Even a powerful elder wasn't enough and shattered like a porcelain jar. Then, Yi Fan pointed the black spear a few more times. The others all cried out as blood bloomed from their eyebrows. Their bodies turned into a bloody paste, and they died a violent death. You want to kill a genius? Then I will kill you all. Yi Fan's words were emotionless, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, in the ears of everyone else, it felt completely different. It was like a raging storm. Whether it was the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings, or the various mountain peaks, all the cultivators were stunned. What kind of person was this? Looking down on a holy land, his murderous aura filled the air, making people feel reverence. Yi Fan used the tip of his black spear to press against Saint Leader All Beginning's forehead. A trickle of blood flowed out, and the hearts of the people behind him almost stopped. This person was too audacious. Did he want to flatten an entire holy land? At this time, Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. He used the spear in his hand to suppress a holy lord and looked down on the crowd, causing everyone to keep quiet out of fear. Today something earth-shattering might happen. If this fiend godlike existence killed all the people from the Holy Land of all beginnings here, it would definitely cause great waves that would sweep through the world. No one spoke. Even the various ancient races held their breaths as they quietly watched this scene. This person was too domineering. He was suppressing a holy land. Finally, Yi Fan pointed the spear into the sky and left Sacred Lord All Beginning's forehead. He didn't kill him. Just now he had killed a few of the sex elders and a Dao executioner, and that was more or less enough. He didn't want to start a massacre against the Holy Land of all beginnings. After all, they were all humans, or else the ancient races would only benefit from it. A trickle of blood flowed down from Sacred Lord All Beginning's forehead, but he didn't move at all. It was like a great mountain was pressing down on his body. That sharp battle intent made it hard for him to resist. Only when Yi Fan left into the distance did he seem to collapse. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for a supreme existence supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. The Holy Land of all beginnings had been thoroughly defeated. Apart from the Saint Child not being a match for Yi Tong, the most lamentable thing was that they were intimidated by this mysterious character alone. No one in this holy land could raise their heads. No one made a sound. They looked at Yi Fan's back and watched him leave step by step. They all felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Only after a long time did they discover that their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies were ice cold. Boom. Finally, the fire spirit ravine and the surrounding mountains were no longer silent. A clamor rushed into the heavens. After the tense atmosphere passed, everyone couldn't help but discuss. Who exactly is this? He really is too powerful, suppressing the Holy Land of all beginnings by himself. He is simply like a deity. Why have I never seen this man before? He really is someone who appeared out of nowhere. After this type of thing happened, no one could calm down. They were all incomparably stirred up. No one expected such an expert to appear, one that was incomparably powerful. Not far out, Yi Tong had already finished setting up the formation platform. He had already opened up a void gate, but when he saw the scene just now, he stopped again. Thank you, uncle. Yi Fan nodded and revealed a faint smile. He didn't say anything else and pressed in another direction with his spear in hand. That was the viewing area for the various ancient races. There were many powerful ancient creatures there. Right now he was happy and fearless. He walked over with large steps. It was clear that he was going to kill the other 3 Dao Severers. This type of action immediately triggered a huge uproar. This was simply too daring, directly forcing his way into the various races without any care. He truly is courageous, actually daring to do this. Many human race cultivators widened their eyes. Who didn't know how powerful the various ancient races were? No one was willing to provoke them. They never thought that there would be someone who didn't care at all. In the ancient races region, there were people who immediately released cold snorts of dissatisfaction. Many cold gazes looked over. However, Yi Fan ignored all of them. He raised his black spear and walked forward with large steps, as if he was entering an uninhabited land. He simply ignored everyone. In his eyes, there were only the 3 Dao Severers who attacked him together with the myriad beginning king. They were also the ones who wanted to harm Tong in the first place. Truly courageous, charging into our race's viewing area. Do you really think we are thin air? Someone instigated, wanting to join forces with several great races to take action together and kill Yi Fan. Pooh. Yi Fan was simple and direct. He raised his spear and a sharp black radiance shot out. That powerful ancient race figure's head exploded, and he died on the spot. He didn't even give it a glance and continued forward. He didn't pay attention to the experts of the various races around him, and only stared at the 3 people in the distance. Everyone, do you see this? Kill him. Someone from this race roared angrily. A supreme expert had died for no reason, and they couldn't bear it anymore. They wanted to incite the other races to take action as well. I don't want to kill anyone. You guys better not force me. When Yi Fan saw that someone was about to take action, his eyes instantly blazed as he swept his gaze over this group of people. Thump, thump, thump. The group of people retreated, especially those at the very front. They were intimidated by a powerful aura. Their faces turned snow white, and they couldn't help but cough out blood. Everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. This person was just too powerful. Just this kind of blazing gaze was enough to make one's mind almost collapse. Kill. How can we allow a human to be so impudent? Someone shouted loudly, encouraging everyone to attack together. A total of more than 20 people took action. They came from 2 races, and they felt very angry at Yi Fan's domineering attitude. They felt that he had offended their dignity. In that instant, lightning shot out in all directions and Dao treasures collided. All types of light mixed together, forming a dazzling magical sea. Many divine chains of order interweaved. When faced with all of this, Yi Fan directly brandished his great spear. The black divine spear pressed down until the void distorted and released a terrifying woo-woo sound. There were 8 or 9 people who immediately turned into bloody paste. They couldn't even take a single spear strike. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked forward with large steps. The great spear shook, and the black spearhead released an expanse of ripples that spread out like ocean waves. This was a spear wave. This was the embodiment of Dao marks. It was as fast as an aurora. Miserable cries sounded, and the remaining dozen or so people all lost their lives. They turned into blasts of bloody mist. Everyone was horrified. This person truly didn't care about anything. He didn't care about anything at all. If a god stood in his way, he would kill a god. If a Buddha stood in his way, he would kill a Buddha. He entered the ancient race's viewing area alone, and when he encountered obstructions, he still killed them without the slightest bit of hesitation. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. He was facing 2 powerful races, yet he slaughtered them like vegetables. This truly is ferocious. Who exactly is this person? Killing ancient race experts is as easy as crushing little chicks. In the back, the human race's cultivators were all stupefied. They were incomparably shocked. They had never seen such a ferocious person before. He didn't give them any face at all. All those who stood in his way were killed without mercy. Where did this expert come from? Yi Fan's footsteps didn't stop this entire time. He continued to walk forward, killing more than 20 people with 2 spear strikes, leaving 2 great races in a sorry state. This truly intimidated the other ancient races. Where did this ferocious person come from? No matter how powerful he was, could it be that he didn't have any misgivings? He dared to take action like this. This made them all feel apprehensive. Who exactly are you? Someone from a well-known king race shouted. My name isn't important. I don't want to become enemies with you all, but please don't stop me. Today, I am going to kill those three, and no one can save them. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Even the ancient race's people were scared. This person carried a black great spear and walked over just like that. He didn't even give them a single look. The terrifying aura made them tremble. Aren't you going a little too far? An old ancient race's voice was cold. His face sunk, and his expression was extremely ugly. Instantly, a group of people surrounded him. That was because this wasn't an ordinary Dao severing expert. His name shook the ancient race, and he stood on the sixth minor step of the Dao severing realm. He could look down on all young kings. However, Yi Fan didn't stop at all. He didn't pay him any attention and stared straight ahead. He held his spear with one hand and pointed it at the other three Dao severing experts. He had identified his target. Impudent. At the side, the rhombus-shaped vertical eye on the old man's forehead opened up in anger. It shot out a blazing beam of light that pierced through the void and slashed towards Yi Fan's forehead. He had already cultivated in the Dao severing realm for more than 1,000 years. He was confident that he could look down on all young kings. At this moment, he was being looked down on by Yi Fan. He was enraged on the spot. Pa! Yi Fan waved his great spear and smashed it against the beam of light. It was as if he had shattered a crystal. He then roared and pounced towards the target in front of him. You! The expressions of the three ancient race experts all changed. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so domineering. He directly charged into the ancient race region and wouldn't stop until he killed them. No one could stop him. Let's go together and kill him. One of the three shouted. I want to kill the three of you. It's useless for anyone to stop me. Those who dare stand in my way will be killed. Yi Fan shouted. Wang. The void trembled. He turned the black spear into a sharp sword on the spot. He held it with a single hand and hacked down. Clang! The black spear's tip was indestructible. It spat out dazzling light and hacked apart the roaring Dao severing expert's weapon. It was as if a heavenly sword had descended and drawn out a streak of bloody light. Everyone was shocked. A bloody mark appeared between this Dao severing expert's brows and quickly extended to his legs. Then, with a pu sound, a large expanse of blood sprinkled out. His body was split into two halves and fell to the side. Yi Fan was like a demonic god. His black hair danced about. He turned around and pointed out with the divine spear in his hand. With a hong sound, dozens of magic treasures were destroyed. He was faster than lightning and forced aside the 9 types of natural laws. With a pu sound, the sharp spear tip pierced through the space between the Dao severing expert's brows. Everyone was stupefied. Yi Fan killed this king-level expert like he was pulling out grass. He didn't expend any effort at all. Drops of blood flowed down the spear shaft. This person's face was full of horror and his expression was frozen. Kill. Just now a group of people had rushed over. They hadn't even finished shouting the word kill. Yet 2 Dao severing experts had died a violent death. This left them shaken. Yi Fan moved his divine spear and swept out. This group of ancient race experts all cried out miserably. A blazing streak of light that was several hundred zhang long swept through this region. Everyone was chopped in half at the waist and fell into a pool of blood. It's your turn now. Yi Fan stared at the third person. His spear pierced out majestically. There weren't any complicated moves, and he returned to his natural state. This person roared loudly. The scales on his body swirled about and turned into a murderous weapon as he hacked over. Moreover, all types of Dao light flickered. He displayed his most tyrannical natural laws and raised his cultivation to the limit to resist this great enemy. However, everything was futile. Yi Fan's spear shattered the vacuum and annihilated a large expanse of nothingness. All of the divine chains of order and dozens of ancient treasures were turned into fine powder. Pooh! Yi Fan's spear pierced through his chest. A rain of blood scattered down, turning into ashes before it even landed on the ground. This Tao-severing expert's entire body turned into light and evaporated completely in an instant. His body and soul were both destroyed. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked back. The black spear in his hand pointed left and right, reaping one life after another. Those who had rushed over just now were all killed. You deserve to die. The veteran King Tyr, who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years in the Tao-severing realm, was furious. The rhombus-shaped vertical eye between his brows shone resplendently. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he said, "I've already said that I don't want to be enemies with you, but don't force my hand. All of you attack." Someone shouted from behind and gave the order on behalf of the veteran King Tyr. A group of people rushed over. However, even more ancient race experts chose to watch from the sidelines. They didn't move at all, and didn't dare to step forward. Yi Fan's performance just now was too shocking. It intimidated the majority of people, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Those who truly stepped forward were those who were related to him. Boom. The old man with the vertical eye on his forehead let out a long roar. A treasured wheel appeared above his head, and he held a dragon saber in his hand as he slashed over. The spear in Yi Fan's hand trembled. For the first time, he activated the potential within his body and extended it along the spear shaft. It was a kind of peerless fluctuation. At this moment, the entire black spear let out a tsunami-like sound and blossomed with blazing light. At this moment, the body of the spear seemed to be transforming into a dragon. A black dragon with life had awakened, and a terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. It was as if a sea of stars was boiling. At the tip of the spear, tens of thousands of strands of black light burst forth and completely submerged this place. In the eyes of the world, there was only a black divine spear left. Boom. Yi Fan's spear stabbed out, and the sound of mountains collapsing and tsunamis rang out. The sky in all directions shattered, and a streak of black light shot out. The dragon saber in Lao Wang's hand turned into powder on the spot, and the treasured wheel above his head also exploded. This spear directly nailed him into mid-air. Yi Fan pulled out his spear, and then with a forceful sweep, a head dripping with blood flew up, falling from the neck, flying outwards. Yi Fan didn't even look at it, and continued forward. However, those who obstructed him were all killed with a single shot. Along the way, blood blossomed, and corpses fell to the ground. Then, the ancient race experts retreated like a tide and opened up a path. It was as if they were avoiding a god or a demon. Their faces were all pale. Everyone from the human race was shocked. They simply didn't dare to believe everything that had happened. In order to kill the 3 Dao cutters, this person had entered as if there was no one there. He had entered alone and then killed his way out in such a domineering manner. He was like an ancient god of war. Chapter 1032. Yi Fan held the spear in one hand as he walked out from the ancient race's viewing area. No one dared to stop him anymore. The sharp tip of the spear was dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. He was like a demonic god. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. He had killed a total of 5 Dao executioners, all of them stabbed to death with a single spear. The black spear body and the bright red blood formed a stark contrast. It made everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts, and even their bones felt cold. Just how powerful was he to be able to kill several Dao executioners with a single spear? The king of all beginnings was one thing, but the last old king stood on the 6th small step of the Dao executioner. Who exactly is he? Why have I never heard of him before? This was the question in everyone's heart. There was no way to guess, and there was no answer. No one knew where this black spear wielder came from. The fire spirit ravine was boiling, and the mountain peaks in the surroundings were clamoring. Everyone was discussing. Everything that happened today was shocking, and it made everyone's heart surge with emotions. He dared to slaughter the ancient race alone, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground amidst the tens of thousands of races. How could such a powerful person be unknown? Just what kind of past does he have? This wasn't a great decisive battle, but rather the intimidation of an expert who stood above all races. It ignited everyone's emotions, and this place was in an uproar. The curtains fell on Yi Tong and Mo Shui's great battle. However, this place became even more restless. Everyone knew that the waves were still continuing. Yi Fan stared at the Dao executioners not too far away. His expression was calm, and he tightly gripped the spear that was dripping with blood. He walked over step by step. Is he going to take action against the Heavenly Prince's two capable generals? Everyone cried out in alarm. Even the ancient race was astonished. They all held their breaths and watched the battle silently. They wanted to see what else this demon could do. In the current world, the Heavenly Prince was like the sun in the sky. He fought until all the experts of the world turned pale. Everywhere he passed, heroes would retreat, and all races would tremble. It could be said that even in this great world, the Heavenly Prince would find it difficult to find an opponent. His every word and action would be watched by others, and even the servants he sent out would make others feel restraining fear. Not to mention these two capable generals. Everyone had reason to believe that these two represented the will of the Heavenly Prince, purposely coming here to kill the disciple with the divine physique. You all shouldn't leave either. All of you should just leave behind your lives. Yi Fan spoke, saying these words. Everyone clenched their teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this master? This was simply too ferocious. This was simply a declaration of war against the Heavenly Prince. Their expressions did not change, but their words were not kind either, because this person did not place them in his eyes at all. It had been many years since something like this had happened. Do you think you're Huang Xiudao or the Fire Unicorn? How dare you say such things? If my master comes, he will wipe out all the Saint Physique and the human clans #1, let alone you. Yi Fan was very calm. He raised his right hand and pointed the spear in his hand over. The spearhead was cold and eerie, flickering with a dark golden luster. In front of them, the demon god race's little prince had an ugly look on his face. This mysterious person had included him in this matter. This person was prepared to wipe them all out. Although he was angry in his heart, he had no choice but to be more careful. Just now, this person's attack was obvious to all. He was definitely a powerful and ruthless character. He even suspected that one of the ancient princes had come. Otherwise, how could there be such a battle prowess that made him shudder with fear? On the side, Dongfeng Yi, Yao Yuekong, and the others were all laughing. They were happy that a ruthless person had appeared to seek out these people and kill them all. Yi Fan and the black spear became one. They pierced through the void and turned into a beam of black light. The spearhead was pointed forward, and the ripples covered the three people at the same time. With a divine might that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, one man and one spear came together. It was as if they had brought the entire universe to smash down and destroy the void. Clang! The demon god young prince was the first to change his expression. He opened his mouth and spat out 9 large flags that fluttered in the wind. It was as if 9 great ancient demonic gods had appeared at the same time and protected him within. Black mist surged. However, the first one Yi Fan targeted was precisely him. The spear in his hand swept out horizontally. It was as sharp as a long blade, and with a wave of metallic clanging sounds, sparks flew in all directions. The 9 great flags were all broken by the black spear. The demon god race's young prince's face was snow white. A beam of light rushed out of his body and turned into another body. This was the death substitution puppet. It blocked the spear in front of him and turned into ashes with a bang. The demon god race's young prince's hands moved, and runes appeared one after another to protect his true body. His forehead shone brightly, and all kinds of weapons shot out from between his eyebrows like 100 flowers blooming. Clang! Yi Fan shook the black body of the spear. The spearhead trembled and turned into thousands of phantoms, shattering all the weapons in front of him and turning them into a pile of scrap metal. These were not ordinary weapons but secret treasures of the demon god race. However, they could not escape the fate of being shattered and turned into dust under one strike. The demon god race's young prince revealed a look of horror. He had been severing his Tao for 10 years and had never been defeated. However, at this moment, he could not block the other party's attack. He let out a clear whistle and spat out a shield from his mouth. This was a secret weapon that had been personally refined by an ancient king of the race. Although it was not a saint artifact, it was not something that ordinary people could destroy. It was used to protect one's life. All kinds of Tao marks interweaved on the shield. They were immemorial flowers, birds, fish, and insects. There was a simple and unadorned aura of the great Tao. It emitted a lustrous white light and protected his body. Yi Fan let out a light shout and stabbed forward with all his might. At first, he was blocked, but later, the black spear shone with black light and pierced through. At the same time, there was a flash of blood. This spear not only pierced through the ancient shield, but also the demon god race's young prince's throat. Then he flew up like a scarecrow and turned into a pile of dust in the void. Boom. At this moment, the aura of the saint artifact filled the air and quickly rushed over. It was like a river of stars falling from the 9 heavens, vast and boundless. What moving mountains and filling seas. What collapsing sky. None of them could compare to the terrifying fluctuations in front of them. The Heavenly Prince's 2 capable generals did not make a move when the demon god young prince was being attacked. It was only at this moment that they took out their broken saint artifact and suddenly attacked viciously. This was a broken weapon that the Heavenly Prince had bestowed upon them. It was shaped like a bone dagger and was badly damaged. Other than the hilt being intact, there was only a 10-centimeter long blade at the front. Suddenly, boundless light blossomed, and a broken alms bowl appeared in front of Yi Fan. Only the bottom was left, and the degree of damage was not much different from the bone dagger. The 2 lights clashed and collided, releasing a blinding light. The ground under their feet was flattened and turned into dust. The Heavenly Prince's 2 capable generals retreated and looked at each other in shock. This person took out the saint artifact later than them, but he was able to quickly revive the weapon and block their attack. This was not good for them. They retreated and held the bone dagger together. They continuously brandished it and released waves of Dao waves, cutting open black holes one after another in the void. However, it was difficult for them to block Yi Fan's footwork. The broken alms bowl was like a shield, blocking all of the attacks. Meanwhile, he pressed forward step by step with the black spear in hand. Who exactly are you? The one who will send you on your way. Yi Fan said ruthlessly. The 2 of them released a long roar. The vertical eye between one's brows opened, and the horn on the other's forehead shone resplendently. They activated their life's vital energy and frantically ignited it. They brought it out towards the saint artifact to block Yi Fan. They knew that things were bad. This person's strength was truly too terrifying, enough to contend against the ancient prince. Pooh. The alms bowl released light, shattering the void and rushing over. They had no choice but to let go. The bone dagger descended, and the 2 saint artifacts both cracked apart. Yi Fan didn't care at all. Even if the alms bowl was destroyed, it didn't matter. He stabbed over with his spear. It had to be said that these 2 were experts after all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called the Heavenly Prince's capable generals. They had long cut down their Dao for many years, their cultivations reaching perfection. They released divine splendor from their mouths and controlled all types of precious artifacts. They actually clashed a few times with Yi Fan, not immediately losing their lives. However, this still couldn't change anything. Yi Fan pointed to the east and struck to the west. The black spear released the final strike. These 2 released miserable cries. All of the bones in their bodies were broken, and they flew outwards like 2 lumps of mud. Chi. Suddenly, divine flames surged in the void, separately flying out from their bodies and converging into a human-shaped beam of light. Who dares kill my servants? A clear and cold voice sounded. An exceptionally beautiful male appeared. His complexion was fine like jade, making many women under the heavens jealous. His appearance was exceptionally handsome without the slightest flaw. It's the Heavenly Prince. Everyone cried out in alarm, all of their faces turning pale. This youngster had an imposing appearance. He calmly stood in the void, his entire body shining. It was as if a deity descended from the 9 heavens. Prince, save us! The 2 Dao executioners cried out loudly. All of you leave. I want to see who under the heavens dares touch my servants. The Heavenly Prince's expression was cold as he stared forward, making many people tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down. The 2 servants' joints released cracking sounds, pi pi pa pa, quickly connecting their broken bones. Their expressions were excited, and then they quickly backed up, wishing to leave this battlefield. Since I've already come, you 2 still want to leave? Just leave behind your lives. Yi Fan spoke, walking forward with large steps. Do you want to make the Heavenly Prince your enemy? The two Dao executioners backed up. Even though they knew that the Heavenly Prince's true body wasn't here, they still had quite a bit of confidence. After all, this was a strand of the Heavenly Prince's primordial spirit. Once he appeared, no matter how powerful one was, they would all feel restraining fear, have to give him some face. As long as they had a single word from him, they could go anywhere under the heavens. The Heavenly Prince spoke out to protect a person's life. This was equivalent to handing down a death exemption medallion. However, all of this was clearly ineffective against Yi Fan. More than 10 years ago, he almost fought a decisive battle against the Heavenly Prince. They were old enemies, so how could they possibly suppress him? Could it be that you didn't hear? These are my servants. If you dare touch a single hair on them, then I will use my true body to slaughter 10 of your clans. The Heavenly Prince's primordial spirit spoke in an awe-inspiring and domineering manner. During all these years, he ruled over the world, so who dared to disrespect him? Only the human race's holy physique dared to go against him in all aspects, wishing to fight a life-and-death battle against him. But he had already left this world. Now, wherever his weapons pointed, there was practically no one who dared to go against him. He looked down on all experts under the heavens, and in this era where saints didn't appear, none dared to disobey his decrees. This was especially the case for this male, who didn't have much of a reputation in the past. In his opinion, as long as he showed himself and intimidated the other party a bit, he would naturally submit. However, he made the wrong target. This wasn't a new Dao executioner that appeared after he ruled over the world, but rather someone who didn't fear him at all. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. You, what does the Heavenly Prince count for? If your true body dares appear before me, then I'll suppress and kill you as well. Pooh. Yi Fan directly took action. The black spear in his right hand pierced forward, directly piercing towards the space between the Heavenly Prince's brows. Wind and thunder rumbled through the air. It was clear that he used a forbidden power, his attacks ruthless. The Heavenly Prince's primordial spirit was furious. After all these years, there had never been anyone who dared go against his will. He never expected that there would be someone who brandished a spear against him today. This was the same as offending his superiors, killing a god. In the distance, everyone was even more horrified. After all these years, the Heavenly Prince's might had spread through the 5 regions, not many people daring to openly oppose him. However, this person threatened to kill him. It was just too shocking. Chi. The Heavenly Prince's primordial spirit turned into a sphere of light, disappearing from its original location. Yi Fan's spear pierced over, not stopping at all, entering between his 2 subordinates. Miserable cries sounded. These 2 turned into a bloody paste, their bodies and souls wiped out. They couldn't escape this disaster. I killed your subordinates right in front of you, so what can you do? Yi Fan held the spear in hand, turning around to look at the Heavenly Prince. During all these years, you are the first person who has offended me. When I come out of isolation, I will definitely kill you. The Heavenly Prince said coldly. His complexion was white like jade, his appearance extremely beautiful, but his expression was so terrifying. It was an indescribable contrast with his appearance and temperament, making one's entire body go cold. Is that so? How about I kill you once first? Yi Fan didn't seem to mind at all. He brandished the spear, hacking outwards. This time he used a fatal blow, not wishing to let this primordial spirit escape. Clang! Ding! Ong! Even though the Heavenly Prince was only a primordial spirit, he still didn't want to resign himself to death. He displayed the unmatched forbidden secret method passed down by the undying Heavenly Emperor, blocking a few attacks. However, in the end, this wasn't his true body. In the end, the space between his brows was pierced through by Yi Fan's spear, raised high up, nailed to death in midair. He could only spit out this word, and then his body couldn't hold on anymore. Hua! This place completely erupted with commotion. Everyone was in an uproar, the clamoring noises like a tsunami, becoming extremely noisy. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This person killed a strand of the Heavenly Prince's primordial spirit, clearly wishing to fight a decisive battle against the ancient prince. This would definitely shock the world. Everyone knew that there would inevitably be a great decisive battle in the near future. A confrontation that would shock the entire world. How many years has it been? When the heavenly prince appeared, none dared to disobey him, all of them retreating. Now his incarnation was actually killed by a single spear. Is this true? Someone really challenged the ancient emperor's bloodline, wishing to fight against the undying heavenly emperor's descendant? Who exactly is this person? He actually dares to do things like this, not showing the slightest bit of fear. He is confident in his backing. This was what everyone was thinking. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know Yi Fan's identity. How could this type of character be unknown? He was definitely a formidable, exceptional heaven's pride. After today's battle, no matter who he is, it will shake the world. Killing a few Dao severing experts is like pulling out grass, and soon, there will definitely be a battle between him and the heavenly prince. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince had been in isolation in recent years, wishing to continuously break through and walk on a path where he was the sole ruler. Now that something like this happened, he might come out of isolation ahead of time. This was a great world that had never been calm before. And this time, an unprecedented great storm might sweep through. Chapter 1033. A cool breeze blew past. The fire spirit ravine was cold and desolate. This place had long been razed to the ground and turned into a land of death. However, the distant mountains were in a hubbub of noise. Everyone had a premonition that an even greater storm was about to rise. And it might even happen in the near future. Yi Fan used the black divine spear to cut off a wisp of the heavenly prince's primordial spirit. Everything had already been decided. How could the undying heavenly prince who looked down on all others endure this resentment? This was like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. It was clear that a great storm was about to occur. Yi Fan put away his spear. Many people were watching, wanting to see through his soul and his innate nature. This was because everyone felt that his rise was too sudden. Why hadn't such a person appeared before? It could be said that he had soared into the heavens in a single day. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he swept his eyes over everyone. Everywhere his gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. No one looked back at him. There was a strange power within his eyes. Most of the ancient races chose to remain silent. No one stirred things up and no one stepped out. The black spear just now was too intimidating and no one dared to act recklessly. Everyone calmed down. The mountain winds blew past, and many people felt their bodies go cold. Today, a peerless expert appeared, making many people feel how insignificant they were. There was no end to cultivation. Swoosh! A clear radiance flashed in the skies. A realm gate was opened and a sinister-looking man walked out, laughing loudly. "My good disciple, not bad at all. You beat that brat Wuxia down. You should be a bit more ruthless and beat him until he cries for his parents." This man's black hair was messy and his eyes were sinister. One could tell with a single glance that he wasn't a good person. If young girls or children were to walk together with him, they would definitely feel uneasy. "Master Li Tian." Yi Tong bashfully smiled. He no longer had the dazzling elegance he had during the great battle. He was just like the big boy next door. It's that perverted thief who founded the path of carnal desires. It is said that in order to peek at a goddess bathing, he didn't hesitate to hide in a hot spring for half a year. That's right, that's the famous #1 perverted thief under the heavens. Many people want to skin his bones. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Li Tian's demeanor was still the same. He seemed to be living a comfortable life, waving a folding fan in his hand. Although his actions did not seem like that of a good person, one had to say that his strength of character was extraordinary. "All right, we should go back. That dog has made a huge fortune this time." It brought out a stone tablet with some scriptures on it, said Li Tian. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked. This dog was extremely daring after all. There was nothing in this world that it didn't dare to do. Many people had heard that 10,000 beginnings ancient scriptures came from the 9 steels, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth, the secrets of the beginning of all living things. It was a rare treasure of the cultivation world. Yi Tong was fighting here. But that dog had gone to raid the holy land of all beginnings? Many people made the same association and were all stunned. After Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings heard this news, His eyes widened in anger before he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost a lot of face this time. It can't be right. The Black Emperor's research on the formation succeeded, and he attacked the Holy Land of All Beginnings and looted it? Yi Tong's eyes revealed a strange light. When everyone heard these words, they all had the urge to spit out blood. This wicked dog made them so hateful that the roots of their teeth itched. It actually broke through again. Wouldn't it become a super disaster in the future? Li Tian smiled and said, "No, it's a holy land after all. How could it dare to casually attack its depths?" It only blasted open a gap and coincidentally dug out a stone tablet from the ground. Sigh, I thought it was the 9 stone tablets of all beginnings. Turns out it's not. Tong Tong was disappointed. Who knows, it might be the 10th stone tablet that no one has ever discovered. Let's go quickly, Li Tian called out. Then he called out to Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong and the others, telling them to drink 2 cups of wine together to celebrate. They acted as if there was no one else around and talked among themselves, causing a commotion. Only those from the Holy Land of All Beginnings had ashen expressions. Regardless of whether it was true or false, their reputation had already hit rock bottom. Hey, where's that uncle? Yi Tong turned around and found that Yi Fan had long since disappeared. At this time, the others were also shocked. They only saw a figure flash before Yi Fan disappeared into thin air. They didn't know where he went. It was too fast. Yi Fan didn't immediately go forward to talk to his old friend. He didn't want to expose his identity in front of everyone, and he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him. This was no longer Earth, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. This was the Big Dipper ancient star region, and any primordial king would be a huge disaster. He had left this ancient star twice and returned successfully both times. It was likely that a group of primordial kings wanted to capture him and interrogate him. He didn't want to provoke a saint-level character to deal with him as soon as he returned. The so-called era when the saints didn't appear could be said to be not true. What if one really jumped out? So many years had passed, and the great Emperor Wuxia's decree probably wasn't that effective anymore. It might not be as useful as Gai Juyo's longer lifespan. On the horizon, Yi Fan was riding on Longma. They had long since left the Fire Spirit Ravine, and were walking in a vast wasteland. The dragon horse dilly-dallied, looking exasperated that it had not lived up to its expectations. If it were me, I would definitely shout in front of everyone, "I'm back again. All my grandsons, come and pay your respects." Yi Fan directly gave him a slap and said, "You don't have to do this even if you want to become the target of the whole world. It's easier to directly challenge a primordial king." "Who are the primordial kings? I can stomp a row of them to death with my hooves." Longma was stubborn and unconvinced. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, "This isn't Earth. I've already warned you that the experts in your eyes are nothing in this ancient star. How did this group of old turtles live for so long? When will it be my turn to step out and let them eat dust?" Longma sighed. When he was in Heaven's Scar City, Yi Fan heard a piece of news that couldn't be verified, which made him apprehensive. It was said that the Central Emperor and Southern Monster had both disappeared. Yao Guang's Saint Child also didn't appear in these few years. There were rumors that they were killed by the primordial king. Before severing one's Tao, no matter how heaven-defying one was, it would only be an undeserved reputation. If one couldn't sever one's Tao, they would be nothing. However, once one severed one's Tao, it would be completely different. With the opportunity to become a saint, even the primordial king would feel threatened. If such a peerless talent succeeded, he would definitely be able to sweep through the world. Now many people were discussing in private. The reason why the peerless Central Emperor and the heaven-defying Southern Monster disappeared was most likely because they were killed by the primordial king. "Master, doesn't this mean that you're in danger? None of the primordial kings are easy to deal with," Zhang Qingyang said. He and Long Yuxuan were originally very excited. Not long ago, Yi Fan swept through all directions and beat up the primordial king until they couldn't even raise their heads. This made their blood boil. However, at this moment, the two of them revealed worried expressions. They were worried about Yi Fan's situation. They were afraid that the primordial king would find out that the human race's saint physique had returned, and would also kill him. No matter, I'm not afraid. Since I dared to return, I naturally have a backup plan. I just don't want to clash with them as soon as I return. After all, I've been away for 14 years. I should first understand the situation before making a decision, Yi Fan said. More than 10 years had passed. The stars had changed, and even little Tong had grown up. It was enough for many things to happen. It was unknown what kind of changes this world had undergone during these years. The Ji siblings have also disappeared without a trace. Yi Fan was startled. Along the way, he had used an incarnation to ask around, and obtained this piece of news. Master, where are we going? Long Yuxuan asked. This world amazed him. It was too vast. The mountains and rivers were majestic and boundless, and the great wilderness was boundless. It was as if there was no end to it. We're going to the celestial court to meet an old friend. Yi Fan smiled. He was very excited in his heart. So many years had passed. To be able to return and meet again made it difficult for someone at his level to calm down. His heart was surging with emotions. I want to take a look around this world, the Divine Knight said. Yi Fan was startled. He glanced at him and said, Since I brought you into this world, I've naturally treated you as a friend. Come with me to the celestial court. There's no need to treat me as an outsider. The Divine Knight was silent for a moment, and then he said, Okay. Yi Fan had to make this person stay. He could sever his Tao even in an environment like Earth and forcefully reach this step. It was definitely not a problem for him to become a saint in the Big Dipper. Moreover, it might not be too long in the future because the Divine Knights had been suppressed for who knew how many years. It was very likely that a blowout phenomenon would occur on this ancient planet. That day, Huolingi's battle report spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked and the whole world was shaken. A disciple with a divine physique emerged, and even one against the chaotic physique. The older generation figures were all terrified and ashamed of their inferiority. This news spread throughout the world. Yi Fan had already left for more than 10 years. Everything related to him was once again recalled by people. Everyone cried out in surprise. Yi Tong had inherited his legacy and was simply the second Yi Fan. In the future, he would definitely be able to conquer the world on behalf of his master. At the same time, the news of a mysterious expert using a black spear to kill the Tao executioners spread throughout the 5 regions. It was even more shocking. It could be said that the whole world was shocked. He pierced through the heavenly prince's primordial spirit imprint in front of everyone's eyes and nailed him to death in midair. A single battle that shocked the whole world. Someone is going to challenge the ancient emperor's bloodline. The mysterious expert was going to fight against the heavenly prince. This was the consensus of everyone, and all the cultivators in the world were looking forward to it. They predicted that there would definitely be a world-shocking confrontation. This was a crazy wave that engulfed the whole world. Almost everyone was guessing who this expert was. It triggered a huge uproar. From this day forth, the mysterious expert became the focal point. Almost everyone was discussing it. There were people making guesses every day, and it seemed like there were all kinds of speculations. This is an imperial prince who can't bear to see the ancient race reign supreme. He wants to stop the war with a battle and intimidate all races. When this speculation spread, the whole world was shaken. Many people were skeptical, but they felt that it made a lot of sense. Did you guys feel it that day? Even though his blood and energy were not released, and were hibernating within his body, it was still as terrifying as a vast ocean. I suspect that he might be another divine physique. This speculation caused the whole world to be in an uproar. The path of immortality is about to open. Perhaps the entire Big Dipper star domain will find it hard to calm down. Perhaps people from outside the realm have arrived one after another. This kind of speculation was even more shocking. That was because the great sage Hunchuo had said 10 years ago that there might be a day when experts from outside the realm would descend. Master, your first move caused the whole world to become turbulent, and gave rise to countless speculations. However, not a single person was able to guess the truth, said Zhang Qingyang. They will know that I've returned sooner or later. Yi Fan gazed into the distant sky. On this day they opened up a void gate. After passing through a dark and long path, they directly arrived at the heavenly village. I'm going to die. I can't take it anymore. As soon as they entered the heavenly village, Long Yuxuan and Zhang Qingyang looked at each other in dismay. The mournful cries made the two of them feel their hair stand on end. Yi Fan smiled. This sound was all too familiar. It was the sound of the two silver blood emperors being drilled. This was their miserable cries. Woof, it's still not enough. How are you going to eliminate the imperial prince in your current state? On the horizon, there was a huge black dog the size of a small mountain, and it was roaring like an unparalleled demon king. Suddenly, this big black dog turned around and stared fixedly at Yi Fan and the others. Its large eyes were almost about to pop out. Yi Fan sat down. Longma forcefully dug the ground with its hooves, and white smoke was puffing out of its nostrils. It also stared fixedly ahead. Chapter 1034. Over a decade had passed, and the Black Emperor was now like a small mountain. It was several dozen meters tall, and its entire body was thick and sturdy. It was terrifyingly ferocious, and its blood aura surged. Its jet-black fur was glossy like silk. Roar! It released a loud roar that was as deafening as muffled thunder. As soon as it moved, a violent gale instantly swept up, sending sand and pebbles flying. Yi Fan had long since dismounted from his horse. He knew that this large dog wasn't holding back its fart, and was openly provoking Longma. It didn't immediately welcome him, but instead wanted to pick a fight with him. How lucky! I can get a mixed blood Longma as a sumptuous meal today. The large black dog hooted. Longma naturally wasn't a pushover, and it was extremely direct. It leaped into the air, and stood up on its hind legs. Its hooves were raised high, and it was about to trample down on the large black dog's face. I'll trample your face until it's full of pockmarks. The two of them were truly at loggerheads with each other. Neither of them were kind creatures, and they both wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand and defeat the other. Boom! The Black Emperor opened its bloody mouth. Now its body was like a small black mountain, and its large scarlet tongue was several meters long. Its teeth were like door planks and broadswords, and it wanted to swallow Longma in a single gulp. Zhang Qingyang was dizzy. This dog was too terrifying, and it wanted to swallow a Tao-severing demonic king as soon as it arrived. This kind of aura made him shudder with fear. Yi Fan faltered. He hadn't seen the Black Emperor for over a decade, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. When he opened his mouth, a universe appeared, and ordinary Tao-severing cultivators wouldn't be able to escape at all, and they would be sucked in. Longma was very straightforward and didn't use any magic power. When it saw that its bloody mouth was about to swallow it, it forcefully kicked its hind legs, and roiling black aura surged out from behind it. The large black dog almost spat out his gallbladder. He stood up on his hind legs, bringing with him a demonic wind as he teleported 800 meters away. He lay on the top of a mountain, veins bulging on his forehead. Neither of these two fellows were good people. Longma directly used a flattering technique, and casually, a wave of stench dispersed the Black Emperor's majestic aura. What the F***ck? The large black dog flew into a thunderous rage. It plunged headfirst into a large lake below, furiously gargling its mouth. It had almost died of nausea. It had never thought that it would encounter such a top-grade beast, one that was on par with it. Even the Holy Knight's mouth twitched as he tried his best to hold back his laughter. On the other hand, Yi Fan didn't hold back his laughter at all. The Black Emperor was furious. He turned into a streak of black light and rushed over, shouting that he was a flatterer. He spat out a bolt of lightning from his mouth, attacking fiercely as if he had gone mad. However, Yi Fan noticed that this damn dog's eyes were shining brightly. It was clear that he was very calm and not as irritable as he had imagined. I, your father, will transform into 3 emperors. The Black Emperor shouted. It had heard Yi Fan talk about Yin Tianda before, so it knew that there was such a wonderful technique. Longma was even more aware of this. He had seen Yi Fan use it with his own eyes, so his heart skipped a beat and he was especially cautious. Rumble. Right at this moment, there were shadows of dogs everywhere. There were tens of thousands of large black dogs, and they covered the heaven and earth, all of them barking. Longma was dumbfounded. It had always been pondering about this wonderful technique, but it didn't think that this large dog would be able to transform into tens of thousands of dogs. At this moment, All of the large dogs stood up on their hind legs. They were all wearing large flowery underpants, and they didn't attack. Instead, they spat at it together, looking as wretched as they could be. Longma's temper immediately exploded. This was going too far. This dog was giving it a taste of its own medicine, and it was purposely trying to annoy it. Little pony, you're too inexperienced. The tens of thousands of black emperors shouted together. After spitting, they charged forward. Pung. Longma lost his composure, and a black and blue eye was beaten by the large black dog. He was sent flying. He knew that he had been tricked. What bullsh T3 pure ones. He had only mistakenly fallen into the illusion realm of the formation. I'm not done with you. Longma's nostrils flared, and his eyes rolled. He used his hooves to forcefully dig at the ground in the distance, and swung his tail fiercely. Yi Fan was speechless. This was really a pair of top-quality dogs, and they were about the same in weight. Neither of them were good people, and when they met, there would definitely be dazzling sparks. Sure enough, after some slight adjustment, they gathered together again. One showed its hooves, and the other stretched out its claws, and they pinched fiercely. They were born to be at odds with each other, as if they had a grudge in their previous life. They started fighting as soon as they met. Stop! Yi Fan shouted, and interfered forcefully, using a black spear to separate them. In the distance, whistling sounds could also be heard. Many figures flew over, thinking that there was a great enemy invading. Many experts from the heavenly village rushed over. This fight naturally couldn't be fought. The Black Emperor leaped towards Yi Fan. His body was like a small mountain, yet he was incredibly strong and sturdy. His large eyes were like lanterns, and they were very round. As a member of the goblin race, Long Yuxuan felt it the most. Even his bones were trembling, and this big black dog was definitely a goblin sovereign. The blood in his body released a thunderous sound, which was extremely terrifying. The Black Emperor's eyes were like torches as they spewed out flames. There was excitement in his eyes, and even more terrifying wildness. Damn dog, is this how you welcome me? Yi Fan was also a bit excited. With a smile on his face, he reached out a large golden hand to welcome him. Brat, you're still alive. Ayo. The current Black Emperor was extremely domineering. His body was huge, and the sound of blood flowing through the walls of his blood vessels could be heard. The greeting between the two was very special. With a heavy strike, rocks rolled, the ground cracked, the vegetation snapped, and the mountains shook. If you're back, then so be it. There's no need to bring your own game. This meat horse is very difficult to stew. The Black Emperor said carelessly. Not far away, Longma was so angry that his eyes widened again. He raised his hooves and was about to fight again, but he didn't have the chance. Many figures landed on the scene and surrounded them. Yi Fan. Everyone was almost petrified. They were all dumbfounded. They never thought that they would be able to see him again. They didn't dare believe this scene. Master, is it really you? Tong Tong cried out loudly. Yi Fan, why did you come back? Cries of alarm rose and fell. Then this mountain region erupted into commotion. A group of people rushed over. Yan Yishi, Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others were all here. Their eyes were filled with excitement and resplendent light. They laughed loudly and hammered him with force. Everyone, be a bit more gentle. Even though our bodies aren't bad, we still can't take a group beating. Yi Fan also laughed loudly. More than 10 years had passed. It truly felt good to be able to see this group of people again. Everyone patted his shoulder and hammered his chest. They were all filled with laughter. Everyone was extremely excited. Damn dog, what have you eaten all these years? You've grown so big. Do you want to crush me to death? Yi Fan said. The large black dog was several hundred times bigger than before. After barking loudly, he calmly asked him for a present. After crossing the universe, you have to give me a big present no matter what, right? Master, was that mysterious person with the black spear you? Yi Tong suddenly asked, his eyes filled with excitement. Dongfang Yi also came back to his senses. His disheveled appearance really made him look like a savage. He laughed loudly and said, I was still puzzled at that time. Could it be that a second Saint Physique appeared? So it was Brother Yi. He lived in the primitive ancient forest all year round, so his intuition was very sharp. Today, I'm going to get drunk. Go find all my old friends and drink to my heart's content, Li Tian said with a smile. Yi Fan's sudden appearance almost made everyone somewhat unable to believe it. This was an unexpected surprise. They completely didn't think that they would be able to meet again. Brother Yi, you've been gone for so many years. We've truly missed you, Yao Yuekong said. His body surged with purple energy. His congenital deficiencies had long been made up for, and now, as the Sky Demon Palace Master, his power shook the eastern wastelands. Let's go inside, Yin Ishi said with a smile. After so many years, he had become even more elegant. His white clothes were free and unrestrained, and he was elegant and suave. As Yi Fan walked, he introduced the Divine Knight, Longma, and Zhang Qingyang to the crowd. During this process, many people came out to greet them. The miserable Wang Shu and Air Bo were dressed in rags. They were known as the Silver Blood Emperors, but they received the hellish training of the Black Emperor every day. When they saw Yi Fan, they were especially excited and almost cried. The Heavenly Village was a hilly place with many small mountains. There weren't many high peaks, but they were all filled with spiritual energy. It was very suitable for seclusion and cultivation. Divine Child. From afar, a young girl ran over. She was graceful and slender, and her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy walking over the waves. This was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was like a waterfall. She was very beautiful, lively like a lark. This is Little Kair? Yi Fan was surprised. There was a blush on her delicate face. She nodded vigorously and said, "That's me." Yi Fan sighed with emotion. 14 years had passed, and the little fellow who stumbled, nibbled on a pacifier, had big bright eyes, and was charmingly naive had already grown up. On the side, Long Yuxuan was embarrassed. In the past, his name was Dragon Sparrow, and he was a kind of honorable person in the Dragon Sparrow race. When Yi Fan told him that there was a little Kair here, he changed back to his original name. When they arrived at the Heavenly Village, under an old locust tree, an old fellow was waiting there with a group of people. He had a smile on his face, and one of his eye sockets was very empty. It was as deep as a black hole in the universe. Saint. The Divine Knight revealed an odd expression. Longma quivered and became much more well-behaved. Yi Fan had already expected this result. The old assassin Qi Luo would definitely become a saint, but seeing him in person gave him a different feeling. This made his heart feel completely at ease. After so many years, no matter how complicated and terrifying this world had become, with such a killing saint overseeing things, his old friends wouldn't be too bad. We're going to get drunk today. Hurry up and invite people to drink to our heart's content. Yes, Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian are learning from the #1 bandit of the north. Hurry up and inform them. Who knows where the sacred prince is cultivating in seclusion? Hurry up and invite him. People were laughing and chatting, asking about Yi Fan's experiences over the years and how he came back. They also talked about some of their situations. Li Tian said, "That bastard Duanda is the easiest to find. These years, he has been in cahoots with the Black Emperor. As long as the Black Emperor goes out and roars, saying that we're going to do a big business, he'll definitely run over. Woof, we're familiar with each other, but if you continue to slander me, I'll get angry with you." The big black dog bared his teeth. At this moment, his body had already shrunk to the same size as Longma. Li Heishui was the first to arrive. He looked excited, and the instant he saw Yi Fan, he laughed loudly. Even his eyes were a little wet. He couldn't forget the time when the two of them gambled in the Divine City, as well as the life and death battle that swept across the world afterward. Not long after, the monkey appeared. He had a thunderous mouth and fiery eyes. The golden fur on his body shone brightly, and the blood qi in his body surged. Without a doubt, his battle prowess was shocking. "Brother Monkey, why do you have internal injuries in your body?" Yi Fan asked. "Don't worry, it's a small matter. I'll take care of them in the future. I'm so happy that you're back today. Let's not go home until we're drunk." The monkey waved his hand. "How can it be a small matter? For so many years, the Heavenly Prince, Huang Shudao, and Fire Qilin have been too domineering. After Yi Fan returns, He can join forces with the sacred prince and sweep them away. Everyone seemed to be very excited and angry. They all clenched their fists. That's right. I've been suppressed by them for more than 10 years. I originally wanted to wait for little Tong Tong to grow up, and then vent my anger in another 10 years. Now that Yi Fan is back, what's there to be afraid of? Yes, when the time comes, let's go together and kill them. The crowd was very angry. Clearly, they were all holding back their anger. Chapter 1035. That's easy to discuss. Let's drink first, said Yi Fan. Right, let's drink first. Everyone raised their cups. Naturally, they were all fine wine. Qi Luo didn't hesitate to get someone to bring over 1,000-year-old divine wine. I've brought some delicacies for everyone, Yi Fan said with a smile. He took out piece after piece of sparkling and translucent dried meat. There was a type of great Tao power flowing through them. This is... Even the killing Saint Qi Luo was stunned. The flesh of a demonic sage. That's right. This is an ancient crocodile we encountered in the starry sky. Now it has become our meal, said Yi Fan, reminding them that they couldn't eat too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of essence energy. Everyone was stunned. The ancient crocodile had become roasted meat and was placed on the table. This was truly strange. The fragrance assailed their nostrils, and it was flickering with brilliance. Too shocking. This is good stuff, a legendary super tonic. The group of people moved their cutlery and began to enjoy the divine crocodile's feast. The group of people inquired about the details. They were all incomparably shocked. Killing a saint was a major event that would shake the 9 heavens. Yi Fan recounted the events of that year. Everyone was deeply moved when they learned that the archaic great sage took action. The day was a god, the night was a demon, and the end was a self-exiled into the depths of the starry sky. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Haha, this poor Taoist is really lucky to be able to eat the ancient crocodile's dried meat. Duanda arrived with a face full of rosy radiance. He wore a purple gold Taoist robe. He didn't regard himself as an outsider at all. He clinked a cup of wine with Yi Fan, and then chopped off a large piece of meat, wolfing it down. The Black Emperor came forward enthusiastically and poured wine for him. He also brought over a few plates of meat for him to enjoy. After 6 kilograms of crocodile meat entered his stomach, the heartless Taoist discovered that everyone had put down their bowls and chopsticks. They stared at him with strange expressions. He was very thick-skinned and said, "The crocodile's meat is so fragrant. Everyone eat up. Don't be polite with me." The Black Emperor nodded and said, "Old Duan, you're late. We're all full. Hurry up and eat. In a while, the 2 of us and that stupid horse will make a big one together." It kindly brought over a few plates of meat and poured wine for Duanda. It urged him to eat quickly, saying that there was a big deal waiting for him. Duanda's face immediately turned red, and he ate even more happily, but after a while, he seemed to have sensed something and put down his chopsticks. Not long after, he began to sweat profusely, and multicolored light shot out from his pores. He stood up and pushed away the enthusiastic Black Emperor. Duanda began to jump on the spot, steam rising from his entire body, as if he was roasted. Flames spewed out from his nose and mouth, and then he charged out without even turning his head back, starting to run around the village of heaven. "Old Duan, don't be in such a hurry. Eat 2 more plates." The Black Emperor shouted enthusiastically from behind. "Son of AB *TCH Black Emperor. I was wondering why you were so kind. Just you wait, I, Grandpa Dao, will not be done with you." Duanda cursed loudly. Right now his energy was too abundant, and he had eaten too much crocodile meat. His entire body was about to combust as he ran around the mountain. Moreover, he took off his Taoist robe as he ran, just so that he could better expel the essence in his body. It was because his entire body was about to explode, and it was as if his body had been ignited, turning into a human-shaped torch. Ah, boundless celestial being, F*CK, it's so hot. The heartless Taoist howled like a ghost, drawing the sidelong glances of everyone in the village of heaven. Ha ha. The group of people laughed loudly, drinking wine as they watched him run around naked. Especially the large black dog, his grin was almost reaching his ears. Come, let's all drink. Daoist Elder Duan is such a livener, how can we let down his good intentions? The group of people repeatedly raised their cups. Duan's nose was about to become crooked from anger. His legs were tense, and he couldn't get down at all. He was desperately exhausting his surging energy. Where is Pangbo? How are the Ji family siblings now? Yi Fan saw that almost all of his old friends had arrived, yet he still hadn't seen these three people, so he asked them. They stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. Killing St. Chi Luo said. What? Yi Fan was stunned. You've been gone for 14 years, and many things have happened. Let's talk while we drink, Yao Yuekong said. They talked about everything and talked about the events of the past few years. Yi Fan frowned. The rumors he heard on the way here weren't groundless. Over a dozen years ago, the Central Emperor had really almost been killed by someone. When the Central Emperor severed his Tao, auspicious colors descended from the sky, and sweet springs gushed out from the ground. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, and people said that it was an emperor elephant. 10 years ago, an ancient ancestor king made a move, and almost killed him in both form and spirit. At the crucial moment, Gai Jiuyo made a move, and killed that ancient king with a flick of his finger. Then he almost fought with the ultimate big shot of the ancient race. When these past events were brought up, the atmosphere was more or less gloomy. Ordinary people didn't know about this at all, and only a few cultivators knew about it. After that, Gai Jiuyo, Divine King Jiang, and the others became ruthless, and directly went to stop the Celestial Imperial Prince, Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others, wanting to kill them all. It was precisely because of this that the ancient races were terrified. All the great ancestor kings restrained themselves, and no longer tried to exterminate them. Otherwise, it would have turned into a tragedy where they killed each other's geniuses. Not long after this incident, the ancient road to the Central State's Odd Warrior Manor opened. The Central Emperor, the Southern Demon, and Ji Haoyue were the first to set foot on the journey. They began the mysterious trial and left this world. Since ancient times, the Odd Warrior Manor would open a road every 10,000 years. No one knew where those people went, and it had always been called the most powerful trial in history. This time, the Odd Warrior Manor made an exception, and the ancient road was opened several times. Bodhisattva West, Pangbo, and the others also set foot on the journey and entered the boundless starry sky. A few years ago, Jiziyue also chose to set foot on this road. Yi Fan was lost in thought when he heard this. Where did this ancient road lead to? Was it the same as the one he took? It couldn't be leading to the flying immortal ancient star, right? It was hard to be sure. Among the stars with life that Yi Fan knew of, there were Fire Mulberry, Sky Connecting, North Star, and Flying Immortal. There were 4 ancient stars to choose from, and it was difficult for him to go there. What happened to Pangbo back then? He still remembered that scene clearly. When he was about to set foot on the return journey, this good friend of his was very abnormal, and left without saying goodbye. The demonic god bloodline in his body suddenly awakened, and the race inheritance almost caused him to have an accident. This kind of awakening was very dangerous. Forcefully changing one's physique, and even one's mental thinking would be subverted. All kinds of indescribable and terrifying things would happen. The ancient emperors once said that life is the greatest miracle in the world. According to the ancient sages, immortality might exist. The reproduction of races was a kind of embodiment, and it involved many mysteries. Is our ancestor really dead? An ancient quasi-emperor once said that, in fact, he didn't. He lives in our blood. In a sense, this is not wrong. We are the continuation of our ancestors' life. As long as we reproduce endlessly, they will not die. This is a different kind of immortality. The ancient sages are right. The ancestors' blood flows in our bodies, and even a part of their memory fragments live in our flesh. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt relieved. After thinking about it carefully, wasn't the reproduction and evolution of life like this? All the secrets of immortality were imprinted in the genes. Yi Fan had seen a concrete example, such as when he fought with Yuan Gu. The latter had summoned the shadow of Yuan Emperor from his blood. Back then, Pangbo's inheritance was very dangerous, and he almost became another person. He obtained many memory fragments from his blood, and had no choice but to step on a secret formation and leave. Yi Fan was stunned speechless. He had already learned from Earth that the demonic race and humans lived together in ancient times, and that Pangbo's race was the descendant of the demonic god. They drank and chatted about the past years. They were all a little drunk, and the banquet was still going on until the moon rose. Only the unlucky Duanda was howling alone under the moonlight. He was venting his excessive energy and couldn't participate in the banquet. After a long time, the big black dog was so drunk that his tongue became loose. He got together with Longma, but this pair of bastards didn't make a move. After chatting for a while, they seemed to appreciate each other, and said that they were going to work together to do something big. A corner of a blood-stained battle robe was sent back from the ancient road of the Qishir mansion. It belonged to Ji Haoyue, but there were no words on it. It was also because of this that Ji Ziyue embarked on a journey to save her brother, and participated in the strongest trial in history. Before she left, she would look up at the starry sky every night, and in the end, she went to the Qishir mansion dejectedly. Li Tian said as he patted Yi Fan's shoulder and sighed. Can that ancient road still be opened? Yi Fan asked after a moment of silence. It hasn't been opened for all these years. Yan Ishi shook her head. The two spirit children, Gu Fei and Gu Lin, ran over to toast Yi Fan. This pair of siblings had grown up. Now the elder brother was handsome and tall, and the younger sister was slender and elegant. Uncle Yi, why can't we calculate anything about you even when you're standing in front of us? Gu Lin asked with her big eyes blinking. I've reversed the great Tao, and messed up the mysteries of heaven. Yi Fan smiled. In reality, that wasn't the case. He knew it must be because of the broken celestial cauldron in his body. These few years, the sacred child of Yaoguang has been very low-key. He probably hasn't left this ancient planet, but there's also news that he was the last one to step onto the Star Road, the Black Emperor said. He was in cahoots with the Black Emperor. All these years he had been eyeing the sacred land of Yaoguang. He believed that the sacred land was built on a huge imperial tomb, and he wanted to dig it up. The strongest trial in the depths of the starry sky. Where does that road lead to? Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and looked at the starry sky. Late at night, Duanda looked like he had just been fished out of the water. He was covered in sweat, and was so tired that he was twitching. His skin was still glowing, and he had finally made it. After he came in, he clinked glasses with Yi Fan and sighed for a while. Then he put down the cup and ran towards the Black Emperor. A battle between a man and a dog ensued. Immediately, everyone was in the mood to drink again. They watched the battle while drinking. Brother Monkey, are your injuries serious? A jade bottle appeared in Yi Fan's palm, and he handed it over. This was the divine liquid from the Immortal Ascension Zone. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. After a while, you'll come with me and help me hold off one person. I'll go kill the Heavenly Prince myself. The monkey's eyes were frightening. It was obvious that he was holding back his anger. Okay, no problem. Yi Fan had the same intention. Since he had returned, he definitely wasn't willing to stay silent and dormant. After accumulating to a certain extent, he needed a release to cut off all the grudges from the past. Chapter 1036. The hall was a mess of cups and plates. Everyone drank until late at night, and passed out at the table. They only woke up when the sun was high in the sky the next day. This is great. I haven't drunk like this in a long time. Dongfeng Yi had just woken up when he picked up a wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. In the next few days, they all celebrated and drank to their heart's content. 5 days later, they all left and agreed to meet again in the future. I'm looking forward to that battle. Everyone already knew that Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince had agreed to attack fiercely. There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle in the future. Where's my master? The child Huahua was a little afraid of strangers, and felt unfamiliar with everything in the heavenly village. He was currently being led around by little K, or to familiarize himself with the environment. You're the disciple of the Divine Sun. I'm the goddess of the celestial court. Do you know what I'm called? Little K was tall and slender. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She had a fairy-like appearance but was still a little immature. I don't know. Hua blinked his big eyes and said. Everything he saw was new and interesting. A celestial seedling. In the distance, Qi Lua was smiling under an old locust tree. He had almost never fought after becoming the killing saint. Every day, he spent his time playing chess and making tea. Only those who had stepped into the realm of semi-saints could understand how terrifying this old man was. This was a kind of transformation. He had cleansed himself of all his glory and murderous aura. The killing saint would reach a higher level. It was because of this killing saint that Yi Fan felt very secure. No matter what happened in the future, the people of the celestial court wouldn't end up too badly. He left Hua in the celestial court and became a hands-off shopkeeper, letting him grow on his own. He dared to do this because he knew Qi Luo and the others would definitely nurture him carefully. The celestial court had the 9 apertures divine liquid of Holy Spirit, which could build the most solid foundation for a child. Hua's Sea of Consciousness had the supreme mysterious method of Buddhism. With the supervision and guidance of a saint, his future was limitless. Master, we want to go around this vast world. We want to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles, Zhang Qingyang said. Come back in 10 years. Long Yuxuan also said. If they wanted to truly integrate into this world, they had to experience it themselves. They chose to measure this real world with their own feet. It was the same for the Holy Knight. His attainments were extremely profound. He was suppressed by the great Tao on earth, but now that he was in this world, he could break through at any time. That's right. To travel through the mountains and rivers and experience the mortal world with one's own body. Tempering one's state of mind is more important than bitter cultivation. Yi Fan nodded and saw them off, watching them disappear into the horizon. As for Longma, he had no intention of going to asceticism at all. Now he was so happy that he forgot about his home. Rather than saying that he and the Black Emperor appreciated each other, it was better to say that they shared the same rotten tastes. In the past few days, these two scoundrels got together, and then they pulled Duanda over to talk and spread out a map. It was unknown what kind of wicked idea they were plotting. I don't have time to accompany you around. I'm going to do something big. This was Longma's reply. Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. Duanda, Black Emperor, Longma, these 3 scoundrels who knew who they would harm this time. He didn't stop them, because he occasionally saw a map that seemed to be Alcade's terrain. The Alcade sacred land was suspected to be built on top of an emperor's tomb. The terrain there was a huge mound of earth. And there were mysteries that the people of the world could not understand. This was a big plan. Duanda and the Black Emperor had already planned this for more than 10 years. But they never dared to make a move. It was unknown why they wanted to make a move today. This Taoist grandpa has painstakingly deduced and found out that there are things in that emperor's tomb. At least a few months, at most half a year, they will definitely rush out. When Yi Fan heard these words from afar, he shook his head and laughed. This heartless Taoist was most likely blindly bluffing. How could a good sacred land collapse? On this day, Yi Fan also left. He had some things to take care of, and he might not have time soon. After leaving the heavenly village, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. Because this was the northern region, the lack of life couldn't be more normal. A cool breeze brushed past his face. After walking out of Yi Fan, he stood on a mountain peak and surveyed the withered mountain. It was completely barren, and not a single trace of life could be seen. When passing by the divine city, Yi Fan felt the prosperity there. All kinds of blood energy mixed together, forming a majestic power, like a heaven and earth copper furnace. I was the only one who returned to earth. And now I have returned successfully. I need to tell Lu Yi, Zhang Wenchang, and the others about the situation of their families. Yi Fan didn't enter the divine city. Instead, he chose to continue traversing the void, heading straight for the Jade Lake sacred land. The northern region was dry and lacked life, but not every place was like this. The Jade Lake was naturally not one of these places. It was magnificent and elegant. This sacred gate wasn't suspended in midair, but was located on the ground. That day Yi Fan rushed here. The sacred mountain was majestic, and the elegant peak was ethereal. It was as if he had entered a celestial domain. There was a divine spring flowing down from Shi. Spiritual grass grew on the cliffs, and auspicious beasts lurked in the mountains. There was both celestial energy and marvelous scenery. The eastern wasteland's famous divine land. Yi Fan muttered to himself. After so many years, he once again stood outside the mountain gate. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, the void gate in the distance opened. Several ancient race members walked out and landed on the ground. They glanced at Yi Fan and revealed astonished expressions. However, they didn't care too much. At this moment, no one could see through Yi Fan's heaven and earth-changing technique. The leader is a Dao executioner. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Why did the ancient race members come to the Jade Lake sacred land? In the era when the saints didn't appear, Dao executioners were the peak combat power. Yi Fan looked at their backs and pondered for a while. Then he also walked toward the mountain gate to inform the experts that he wanted to see Lu Yi. Everything went smoothly. He entered the Jade Lake. This place was filled with dragon chi that turned into rosy clouds and ascended. The purple chi was luxurious and there were no less than 10,000 of them on each mountain peak. It was a miracle that such a pure land could exist in the Northern Territory. Each cliff had celestial mist hovering around it. Ancient medicines were rooted in the stone peaks. It was a beautiful and magnificent scene. You are. Lu Yi got the report and hurried over. She met Yi Fan in a guest house in the bamboo forest. She looked at him suspiciously. Yi Fan used his soul consciousness to check. After confirming that no one was spying on him, he smiled and revealed his real face. Lu Yi's delicate hand shivered. Her teacup almost fell to the ground. She was frightened. Her voice trembled as she asked, "It's you, Yi Fan?" Today, everyone in the world didn't know that Yi Fan had charged into the Middle Continent's ancestral temple in the 14th year. He fought bravely and killed the banished immortal Hua Yunfei. He stood alone on the five-colored altar, and no one dared to fight him for the teleportation formation in the forbidden area. In the end, he left this star field. So many years had passed and everyone thought that he would never appear again. They thought that he was just a spray in the long river of the Northern Dipper star field. But now he had appeared again. It's me," said Yi Fan. "You've returned to Earth and met our family. How are my parents?" Lu Yi's chest was heaving up and down. She stood up and was extremely emotional. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at him anxiously. "They're in good health." Yi Fan comforted her. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Although he had returned successfully, his parents were no longer here. Really? Tears streamed down Lu Yi's face. She was a modern person. No matter how miraculous this place was, even if she could live forever, it was difficult to resist her longing for the other side of the starry sky. She wanted to go back at all times. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took out a large pile of things. There were perfumes, clothes, snacks, and even a touchscreen computer from the other side of the starry sky. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with tears as she watched the clear and heartwarming video that Yi Fan had taken. In the video, her parents supported each other, as well as her little brother and the cute niece that she had never seen before. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Her heart was filled with sorrow and she couldn't stop crying. She wanted nothing more than to return to the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan left the abode and walked around the area aimlessly. Now that his origin technique had reached the large success stage, and he was only a step away from becoming the Yuan Taoist master, he was able to see even more of the mysteries of this place. Oh, the fifth-generation ancestral master Zhang Lin really put in a lot of effort here. He set up an origin formation densely, allowing the spiritual qi to nourish every inch of the mountain and soil, turning this place into a supreme spiritual land. He rubbed his chin and began to seriously observe. He had come to visit a friend, so he naturally couldn't enter any of the secret areas. He could only observe from a limited range. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching, but he didn't pay it much attention and continued to walk forward. "Yi Fan," someone called out from behind him. A woman walked over gracefully, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her figure was slender, and her hair was raven black. She walked gracefully, as if she were a fairy walking through the air. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He pretended to look back out of curiosity and followed the so-called Yi Fan, with a look of surprise on his face. This woman's skin was like fine jade. Her cheeks were as white as jade, and her forehead was as white as snow. Her eyes were full of spirit, and she had a smile on her face. She walked over like a fairy from a painting. This was the Jade Lake Holy Maiden. She was one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wastelands, along with Miaoi and Yenryu. Even the great imperial families of the Central Plains, and even the ancient races, wanted to marry her but couldn't. Many years had passed, but she hadn't changed much. She was just as beautiful as before, and her every movement was beautiful and natural. Her pearly white teeth flashed as she said, "You can deceive the world, but you can't deceive me." "You are the Jade Lake Holy Maiden?" Yi Fan didn't understand, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. "When Yi Tong fought against the 10,000 Beginnings Saint, I was there. I saw a person intimidate the various races and suppress many Dao Severers." The Jade Lake Holy Maiden walked over gracefully. Her figure was graceful, and her chest was full. Her snow-white clothes accentuated her perfect curves. Her waist was small, and her legs were long and slender. "What are you talking about, Holy Maiden?" Yi Fan pretended not to know. "I wanted to say that you are Yi Fan. Just now, I happened to see Yi." She was emotional, and her eyes were red and swollen. Even though she tried to hide it, she couldn't hide it from me. For so many years, her only worry was to return to the other side of the starry sky. Apart from you, who else could it be that made her so excited? Yi Fan spread his hands to show that he couldn't understand. He walked over and said with a smile, "I've admired the Holy Maiden for a long time. Maybe we're really fated, so we have a good impression of each other. I feel like we've known each other for a long time." The Jade Lake Holy Maiden combed her hair. The divine splendor on her white forehead was restrained, and her eyes flickered with intelligence. She said, "You don't need to hide in front of me. To tell you the truth, I've also learned some original arts. You must have used the heaven and earth-changing art." "Alright, since the Holy Maiden thinks I am, then I am. As Yi Fan, I'd like to invite you to admire the moon with me, and we can talk about our life aspirations. Is that okay?" The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's red lips were glossy, and there was a hint of sexiness in her exquisite beauty. Her figure was graceful, and her eyes were full of confidence. The corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Chapter 1037. At the foot of the stone valley, the Qilin beast was lying on a bluestone. Ancient herbs were growing on the cliffs, accompanied by orchids. Purple energy filled the air, creating a peaceful scene. The Jade Lake Saintess's hair fluttered in the wind. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, accentuating her graceful figure. She looked like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Her beauty was undeniable. Many immortal holy lands, ancient dynasties of the Central Plains, and ancient royal families had proposed marriage, but they were all rejected. Yi Fan smiled. Since he had been seen through, there was no need to hide it anymore. The Jade Lake Saintess had no evil intentions toward him, so he didn't need to worry. "Do you have any money to keep your mouth shut?" The Jade Lake Saintess smiled. Her outstanding beauty made all the divine plants dim. "What else can I have? Apart from killing him to silence him, I can only devote myself to him. I really don't have anything else to offer." Yi Fan teased. The Jade Lake Saintess glanced at him. A lock of her black hair stuck to her white cheeks, which made her look ethereal and beautiful. "It's a miracle that Brother Yi could come back. I should congratulate you." "I was just lucky. I want to ask Brother Yi for a favor," the Jade Lake Saintess said. "Oh, behind you is the West Emperor's inheritance. Is there anything else that's difficult?" Yi Fan asked noncommittally. "It's not a big deal for Brother Yi, but it will affect our Jade Lake deeply. So please help me," the Jade Lake Saintess said. The more she said, the more surprised Yi Fan was. He rubbed his chin and asked, "What is it?" "I want to borrow some strands of Brother Ye's divine blood." The Jade Lake Saintess looked at him with a solemn expression. Her skin was glowing. "I see." Yi Fan immediately knew what they wanted to do. He couldn't help but ponder. This was a big deal. If they didn't handle it well, it would be a disaster. "Brother Yi didn't hurt you, so a few strands of divine blood won't hurt you. I sincerely hope you can help me," the Jade Lake Saintess said gently. "My blood isn't that hard to find, but I'm worried about what you're going to use." Yi Fan looked forward, wanting to see her heart. There were a few mysterious stones in the Jade Lake, and they were all mysterious and unfathomable. 4 of them were found by the Queen Mothers of the West, and the other 3 were given to them by the 5th-generation Source Heavenly Master, Zhonglin. The last Jade Lake Conference was started because of these stones. The Heaven Prince's body was within one of the wondrous stones, and was discovered by Yi Fan. At that time, the Heaven Prince was within a jade-white egg. The fluctuations of divine inscriptions were world-shocking, and in the end, the ancient race came knocking and brought him away. In the lake, the ancient of the Jade Mountain of the mountain of the Jade, was in, and of, and the mountain and of lake of, and of, the lake of saint of lake of lake, of, and, Jade the god he of, the, and the, of. Now that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden had come to him, it must be because of that wondrous stone. Back then, his Tao had not been completed, so the effect of the divine blood was not that great. But now it was different. Fairies, I hope that you will reconsider. It is hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse for the divine fetus that was born from heaven and earth to continue living. It is really risky to do this, Yi Fan said with a frown. He didn't say anything more alarming. Once a divine fetus with 9 orifices and 8 apertures was born, it would be a great disaster. Apart from ancient emperors, it would be very difficult for anyone to subdue it. Brother Yi is right. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded. She admitted that she had also been worried before, but she was relieved later on. There were sages who poured their heart and soul into enlightening them in their later years, and this stone embryo had long been connected to them. The saints were extremely powerful. Generation after generation of preaching, and preaching had long since caused the divine fetus to change and become a part of the jade pool. It was difficult to see it as evil. Yi Fan was silent and didn't say anything more. How could the jade pool's decision be changed by a few words from him? This was the fruit of their hard work, and even the ancient sages thought it was fine. What else could they do? He knew that this divine fetus would be incomparably powerful once it was born. After all, it had been listening to sages and famous people preaching for so many years, and most of them had already understood the entire Western Emperor scripture. Brother Yi, do you agree? The Jade Lake Saintess asked. I want to think about it, Yi Fan replied. Brother Yi still has some misgivings, the Jade Lake Saintess said. I think you still remember what the Black Emperor said. Although he is a bastard, he is not lying. After all, he used to follow great Emperor Wuxia, Yi Fan said. During the Jade Lake meeting, the Black Emperor had said that a powerful holy land had done something similar hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the end, the Holy Spirit appeared and destroyed that holy land. If it wasn't for great Emperor Wuxia's success in the Tao, it was hard to imagine what kind of calamity would have befallen that holy land. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded and said, There's no time. The path of immortalization is about to open. With the current strength of the human race, how many people can enter? She didn't say much, but Yi Fan could feel the urgency of the great sage's land. Now all the immortal inheritances were working hard to ascend to immortality. Yi Fan returned to the abode, and talked with Lu Yi about the matters on the other side of the starry sky. She had mixed feelings, and tears fell from her eyes from time to time. She missed her homeland very much. Don't worry, there's a high chance we can go back. Yi Fan comforted her, but he didn't say much. The next day, the Jade Lake Saintess came again, and asked if Yi Fan had made up his mind. He couldn't refuse her. The Jade Lake had been kind to him, and had even helped him in the past. Even if he felt it was inappropriate, he couldn't refuse. He nodded and said, If there's a problem, there's still the ancient race, right? Let them share the reign and do equally. The Jade Lake Saintess's smile could topple a city, and even the sun in the sky lost its brilliance. She said, It's great that Brother Yi is willing to help. We won't let you lose blood for nothing. Just tell us if you need anything. What was the thing that interested Yi Fan the most about the Jade Lake? Of course, it was the Western Emperor Scripture's forbidden chapter. The last page of the scripture recorded the essence of the Western Emperor's comprehension, secret techniques, and inheritance. Sadly, he knew that this was impossible. No one would impart such a secret art. The final secret art of the ancient emperors was rarely used by others, let alone obtained by outsiders. I want to know how the Western Emperor forged the immortal Tyr's green golden pagoda. Yi Fan made this request after thinking about it seriously. The forging of a sovereign weapon. The later generations don't know everything about it, but we can try our best to find it in the scripture depository for you. The Jade Lake Saintess said, a strange light flashing in her eyes. It was extremely difficult to forge a sovereign weapon. To the great emperors, forging a sovereign weapon was an important matter in their lives. When the great emperors died, the sovereign weapon was like an extension of their lives and could protect their descendants. What was the most precious thing in the world? It was the weapon of the great emperors. In the depths of the sky, the chaotic aura pervaded the air. The Western Emperor Pagoda was faintly discernible, bobbing up and down as if it was suppressing the creation of heaven and earth. Strands of celestial energy fell down to protect the entire Pure Land. Yi Fan and the Jade Lake Saintess moved forward, heading for the most important place. During this time, he opened his heavenly eyes and looked up at the immortal Tyr's green golden pagoda. He saw a small wooden house not far from the great Emperor Pagoda. There was a lonely woman standing on the clouds, looking into the distance with an indescribable sorrow on her face. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized at a glance that this was Yang Yi, the lover of the fifth heaven's source ancestral master Zhang Lin. She was the Jade Lake Saintess from 10,000 years ago. He didn't say anything and sighed inwardly. Zhang Lin had suppressed the northern region in a single battle and destroyed the Valley of Gods by himself, but he had buried himself in the morning glow, never to return. When will the path to immortality open? Yi Fan suddenly asked. The Jade Lake Saintess was startled. She looked at him and said, no one can say for sure, but it shouldn't be too long. Even the ancient race can't sit still, and are making preparations. I'm curious about another matter, and I've always wanted to ask you about it, but I always feel that it's a little presumptuous. Yi Fan said. What is it? The Jade Lake Saintess asked. I once heard that the original location of the Jade Lake wasn't here, but that it was moved from another place. I don't know if it's true or not, and why exactly. Yi Fan had gone to that place with the Black Emperor, and he had obtained the Dao Palace section of the Western Emperor scripture from there. However, he couldn't say it, or else he would be in big trouble. There was no vitality in the Jade Lake's old land, and it was deathly silent. It was extremely strange. Moreover, every time he thought of that celestial pond, he felt his hair stand on end. There were countless young and beautiful corpses at the bottom of the pond. They were all disciples of the Jade Lake, and he didn't know why they were buried there. According to the Black Emperor, the materials for the West Emperor Tower were found at the bottom of the pond. Hearing this, the Jade Lake Saintess' expression became solemn. She shook her head and said, that's an old matter and it's too long ago. Not many people in the Jade Lake know about it, and I don't know either. In front of them, the mist was hazy, and celestial chi lingered. All kinds of multicolored lights swallowed and spat. They had arrived at the most important place of the Jade Lake, the Celestial Pond. The name of the sect came from the Celestial Pond. There was one in the Old Land, and there was another one here. It was said that they came from the same pond. This region was like a celestial realm, and it was extremely dreamy. Ordinary people had to stop and couldn't get close at all. All kinds of auspicious beasts could be seen here, and auspicious birds danced in the air. Rare birds and strange beasts that looked like three-legged golden crows, fire phoenixes, and cheilants roamed the surroundings. An ancient tree's branches stretched high into the sky. It was extremely tall, and it looked like a horned dragon. It was precisely the famous Peaches of Immortality tree. It took root at the side of the celestial pond, and absorbed its essence. A medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. Moreover, this area was filled with orchids, and they were like clusters of weeds that could be found everywhere. This kind of divine land was difficult to find in the world. It was a wondrous land that nourished the spiritual embryo of heaven and earth. Even a weed growing here would become intelligent, let alone a strange plant. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He saw the ancient race members he had seen before. The person in the lead was a Dao Severer, and he was accompanied by the Jade Lake's important figures. He was standing in front of the Peaches of Immortality tree, and sprinkling mysterious blood on a strange stone. The celestial prince's aura. Divine light blazed in Yi Fan's eyes. He could feel the enemy's aura from the dazzling five-colored blood. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded and said, "They are indeed the Celestial Prince's subordinates." "Did you also ask for blood from the Celestial Prince?" Yi Fan asked. "No, he took the initiative to send it over. He wanted to use the undying Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture to exchange for the 9 orifices and 8 holes strange stone," the Jade Lake Saintess said. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. The scripture left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor was known as the Divine Ancient Scripture. He had shaken the entire ancient era, and was revered by all races. Such a character could look down on the ages and reign supreme in the world. The scripture he wrote was naturally incomparably profound. He was viewed by all races as an existence that surpassed the divine spirit. "We can't agree. The path to immortalhood is about to open. Even an immortal scripture placed in front of us can't compare to this divine embryo," the Jade Lake Saintess said. Yi Fan's expression changed. Were the Jade Lake's strange stones placed together in the past? "Although we came into contact with them, they weren't sealed in the same place," the Jade Lake Saintess said. Yi Fan stared at the Stone King under the peaches of immortality tree, and then looked at the Celestial Prince's dazzling five-colored blood. He pondered silently for a moment. Chapter 1038. Within the immortal pond, the water was sparkling and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Mists curled about, multicolored light shone brilliantly, and auspicious splendor surged. The immortal peach tree took root at the side of the immortal pond. It was 49 meters tall, and it was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it had lived for. The old tree bark was cracked and rough like dragon scales. However, it was full of vitality. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant and flowing with green light. There were a few sparkling peach blossoms blossoming on it, and the fragrance seeped into one's bones. Yi Fan arrived. All of the pores on his body opened up, taking in and sending out spiritual essence, reaching a balance with this place. A layer of translucent luster appeared on the surface of his body. The spiritual essence of this place was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. It could be considered an immortal land. Even if an immortal realm truly existed, it wouldn't be more than this. The ancient race experts didn't leave. They gave him a few looks without saying anything, but it was difficult to sense any good intentions. There was a vague type of awe-inspiring feeling that only Dao-severing experts could sense. "My family's prince truly wishes to exchange for this stone core. A divine ancient scripture can be considered heaven-defying. If the jade pool is willing, we can establish another mountain gate and turn it into another holy land." A male with deer antlers on his head spoke. He had a head of long gray hair. "This matter will end here. The jade pool has its own inheritance, so there is no need to cultivate another person's inheritance." Western Queen Mother spoke. She was graceful and noble with a 9-phoenix hairpin in her hair, and a golden ornament hanging from it. Her feather clothes flickered with multicolored light. Her expression was calm, but it was extremely divine and inviolable. This ancient race expert wasn't willing to give up. He said seriously, "It isn't a handwritten copy, but the original scripture cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold of the undying Heavenly Emperor." On the side, Yi Fan was shaken. It seemed like the Heavenly Prince didn't want to swindle the Jade Pool, and truly wanted to carry out an exchange. This divine core really did have a heaven-defying price. He thought about it inwardly. If the Heavenly Prince personally brought the ancient scripture over, he would have the urge to kill him along the way. The first reason was to eliminate a great enemy, and the second was to see what was so special about the scripture written by an existence that surpassed deities. "Don't mention this matter again. This Stone King has already developed intelligence, and is treated as a child by the past saints. How can it be exchanged with someone else?" Western Queen Mother refused. The ancient race experts glanced at each other, and one of them handed a jade artifact to the Western Queen Mother. Within it was the Heavenly Prince's 5-colored divine blood, and they left with unsightly expressions. They glanced at Yi Fan and their killing intent disappeared in a flash. They left the celestial pool. An elder of the Jade Lake said some polite words to him to see him off. Shi Wangmu smiled faintly. Aside from Yi Fan, she left behind the holy daughter and had everyone else leave. Yi Fan's true identity could not be hidden from her. The saintess had already reported it to her. Otherwise, how could a random person's blood be sprinkled on the Stone King? Dao Frenji, congratulations on your great increase in strength. Crossing the Sky Dome is a miracle that cultivators of my generation yearn for even in our dreams. Western Queen Mother said, extremely polite, treating him like an equal. It was because now Yi Fan's cultivation was deep and immeasurable. Even great completion kings couldn't be too arrogant when they saw him. As long as they understood his strength, all holy lands would feel restraining fear. In reality, she was deeply moved inside. Back then, Yi Fan was nothing more than a small cultivator. After arriving at the Jade Lake, he still needed her protection. She never expected that after all these years, he already towered above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't act carelessly. She was the glorious lord of the great sage land. Forget about her cultivation. Just her status alone was enough for her to speak with archaic ancestral kings. Now he already knew how terrifying the undying inheritances were. Not a single one of them could be looked down on. The so-called backing was extremely impressive. Yi Fan thought to himself, if a great battle truly erupted, the inheritances of great emperors would most likely have a trump card that could reverse the heaven and earth. Western Queen Mother held a jade artifact in her hand. The 5-colored blood inside was brilliant and dazzling, releasing strand after strand of powerful and terrifying fluctuations that made others feel intimidated. The Jade Lake was extremely cautious. Any divine blood that sprinkled onto the Stone King would be secretly purified by the Western Emperor Tower's Emperor energy. When the blood scattered down, others couldn't see anything, but Yi Fan could sense that the tower in the sky was trembling slightly. Below the immortal peach tree, this strange stone was sparkling and glistening. It had 9 apertures and 8 holes that were exquisitely carved. At every moment, it would absorb the essence of the sun and moon on its own. After the heavenly prince's blood was completely absorbed, it continuously trembled and released a cheerful cry. The radiance became even more resplendent, and the life within seemed like it could break out at any time. During these past few days, Yi Fan stayed in this place. Only Western Queen Mother and Jade Lake's Saintess accompanied him. Outsiders weren't allowed to approach. He had already opened his heavenly eye, which was glistening with divine light. He stared at the strange stone without blinking. Back then, he couldn't see through it because it was too mysterious. The ancient sages had placed Dao runes on it. But now things were different. His Genesis technique had reached the advanced stage, and he could clearly see everything inside the stone. There was a person with flesh and blood sitting cross-legged, and her entire body was glowing brightly. It's a woman. This divine fetus looked to be 18 or 19 years old. She was sitting with her eyes closed, and her body was flowing with immortal light. Although she was extremely beautiful, she was also intimidating. Her 9 apertures and 8 holes were connected to the surface of the strange stone, as if she was wearing a thick layer of stone clothing. Various scriptures flickered on her body. They were left behind by the ancient sages when they preached and chanted scriptures for her. The Western Queen Mother and the Saintess invited Yi Fan here for 2 reasons. 1, they needed his divine blood, and 2, they wanted to use her heaven-defying Genesis technique to see how the divine fetus inside the stone was doing. The heaven and earth intersected, and such a spirit fetus was born. It's really shocking. I can feel traces of immortal aura. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes and carved in the air, imprinting the appearance and temperament of the divine fetus. The Western Queen Mother and the Jade Lake Saintess were amazed. The woman in the stone was extraordinary, and there was no doubt that her beauty didn't belong to the mortal world. Her body had already turned into flesh and blood, and her internal organs and bones had an indescribable immortal aura. The potential in her body is unimaginable. Every inch of her body contains the power of the vast ocean. If she really comes into being, she will be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. Yi Fan said in a low voice. This female spirit didn't have any flaws. If such a divine fetus came into being in the future, no one in the world would be able to suppress it, so he couldn't help but take a closer look. Yi Fan was a little hesitant. The trembling of the stone seemed to be the instinct of the spirit fetus, and her sea of consciousness was very calm. The fluctuation wasn't strong, and it didn't match her powerful and beautiful body. This is the result of the purification by the ancient sages, the Western Queen Mother said. The Jade Lake predecessors were also afraid that something unexpected would happen. So they used their supreme ability to preach scriptures and thoroughly purified the divine fetus sea of consciousness. According to them, the current divine fetus had a pure heart, just like a child of the Jade Lake. When she really comes into being, her spiritual will catch up. Although the divine fetus had been purified, its potential was still there. Once awakened, it would be as vast as the sea. In the following days, Yi Fan sat under the immortal peach tree and nourished the strange stone with his blood. Every time he would open his heavenly eye to observe. She's extracting the original power from the blood. Yi Fan observed seriously for a few days. His eyes flickered with divine light, and his heart palpitated. Was all of this instinctive? This intimidating and beautiful divine fetus extracted strands of light from the sage blood and turned them into almost invisible symbols that were branded into the body. The symbols extracted from the heavenly prince's 5-colored divine blood are especially bright. Yi Fan had the unique heavenly eye. To him, there were no secrets within the stone, so he observed this phenomenon. There is original power within the blood, and there are memory fragments of ancient ancestors. Are these symbols the same thing? He was astonished. If he thought about it more deeply, it would be very complicated. The heavenly prince's blood definitely contained the power of the undying heavenly emperor. That was a supreme deity revered by all races, and it was very possible that he was the most powerful expert since ancient times. This was indirectly the undying heavenly emperor's blood and life imprint. How many people could compare to him? Yi Fan pondered for a few days, but still couldn't find any clues. In the end, he clenched his teeth and released no less than the heavenly prince's blood. Brilliant symbols immediately appeared within the stone. What does the heavenly prince want? Yi Fan didn't know. In the end, quite a bit of sage blood flowed out, and the brilliant symbols were a bit more than the heavenly prince's. Beside the immortal pond, all kinds of ancient medicines grew in large patches. Ginseng stalks took shape, and orchids were everywhere. They breathed in and out essence, and the fragrance was intoxicating. There were even Qilin beasts lying on the ground, and auspicious beasts roamed about. Yi Fan stayed under the immortal peach tree for more than half a month, but he didn't find anything strange. In the end, he took a scroll and left. The scroll vaguely recorded some of the secrets of the Western Emperor's emperor weapon refinement. It was almost like a legend, such as fighting his way into the primal chaos immortal sea, entering the 9 heavens alone, and killing a deity as a sacrifice to the heavens. It made him frown. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. Otherwise, it'll be like reading a fairy tale. He shook his head. Even though he walked out of the Jade Lake, he couldn't get rid of that strange stone with 9 apertures and 8 holes in his heart. The Western Queen Mother once said that the path to immortality was about to open, and they had no choice but to search for all kinds of bloodlines to nourish the divine embryo. She had to be born before that happened. Is what I left behind a sage blood imprint? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt that he had to find the heavenly prince and kill him. Otherwise, he always felt that something was wrong. Oh, you've finally come out. We've been waiting for you for more than half a month. Several hundred miles away from the Jade Lake, a few ancients blocked his way. The one in the lead had gray hair, and even his eyes were lead gray. He had antlers on his head, and he was a Dao cutter. Why were you waiting for me? Nothing much. We just wanted to have a chat with you. The few ancients surrounded him, and there was a hint of mockery at the corner of their mouths. All of them revealed their killing intent. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Sure, I also wanted to have a chat with you. Are you the Central Prefecture's Yuhua King, one of the Gemini Kings, or someone else, like the Netherworld King?" The antlered man asked calmly. They had received accurate information that the kings of the Central Prefecture should have arrived in this half a month, so they thought that Yi Fan was one of them. None of them. Yi Fan shook his head. "Reckless thing, hurry up and report your name," one of them shouted. The deer-horned gray-haired male even more so immediately took action. A black mist overflowed into the heavens, instantly surrounding the world, sucking Yi Fan inside. "It's best if we be a bit more careful." We'll slowly interrogate him after capturing him. This was a secret treasure bestowed by the Heavenly Prince. They had absolute confidence that this scroll could trap all Dao cutters, and it could even kill human king-level experts. The world within the scroll was like a cage, and the people inside and outside could see each other. The Heavenly Prince has spent so much effort, so how can he let a rat poop spoil a pot of porridge? Search his sea of consciousness and see what his identity is. The group of people looked down at the scroll, and they laughed coldly, revealing their killing intent. Reckless thing, appearing in the Jade Lake at this time is really annoying. Let's cut open his body first, and see what kind of blood it is. These people all had cold expressions, and they had the power to decide life and death in their hands. One of them held a divine whip and lashed it at the scroll. A beam of bloody light flickered, and this person collapsed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. The others were shocked. Then, a large golden hand reached out, covering heaven and earth, enveloping all of them, and grabbing them into the scroll. How is this possible? They were all horrified. Based on what they knew, apart from the Son of Heaven, only Huangshu Dao, the son of Fire Qilin, and a few others were able to break through this painting scroll. However, it had suppressed and killed many Dao-severing cultivators of the human clan. And now, something like this had actually happened. Speak, what does that Heavenly Prince, that rat poop, want to do? Yi Fan stood on a beautiful mountain peak in the scroll. One of them wanted to berate him. In the sky, a large foot descended, trampling him into a bloody mist on the spot. Not even his bones were left, and they drifted in the air. I was just about to go find him, and you just happened to deliver yourself to my door. Hurry up and tell me what he wants to do, Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 1039. In this picture scroll, mountains and rivers were vivid. Ancient trees were everywhere, and a silver waterfall was boundless. This was a secret treasure that the Celestial Prince had sacrificed to deal with the human Dao executioner. There were tens of thousands of strands of Dao energy, and the scene was spectacular. Yi Fan stood on a bluestone and looked down at them. Strands of Dao light flowed about his body, and the people in front of him were sweating profusely. All of the joints in their bodies were dislocated. Patong! They couldn't endure this kind of pressure. The bones in their calves were almost crushed. They all knelt there, revealing looks of horror. Who exactly was this person in front of them? Just this kind of aura alone made them feel despair. This was an existence comparable to the ancient prince, and he actually belonged to the human race. Why have I never seen you before? The gray-haired man with deer horns asked. He was a Dao executioner, and the only one who didn't kneel down. However, his body was spasming. Yi Fan walked forward. Those on the first small step of the Dao executioner realm could hardly pose a threat to him. He took a step forward, and the gray-haired man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was unwilling, he still collapsed. As a prisoner, you must have some self-awareness. I'm asking you a question, yet you're asking me instead, Yi Fan said coldly. He didn't want to waste words. He opened a palm, and multicolored light surged out, submerging one of them and restraining his divine sense. The other's expressions changed. They didn't even have a bargaining chip to live now. Whatever this person wanted to know, he could read it from their sea of consciousness. I'm willing to tell you everything. One of them was scared and shouted loudly. He was truly scared that he would rather die than live. Speak. I'm listening, Yi Fan said calmly. You dare? If you betray the Imperial Prince, your 10 clans will be wiped out. The gray-haired Dao executioner shouted. Pa! Yi Fan waved his hand and sent him flying with a slap. Blood splashed onto the ground. This person smashed into a distant mountain, leaving behind a human-shaped bloodstain. The others' expressions all changed. An initial Dao executioner couldn't even take a single blow. In front of this person, they were like chickens and dogs. It made their backs go cold. Immediately, the remaining people all knelt there. The scales on their bodies opened and closed. This was the ancient race's expression of incomparable fear. Are you a prince? One of them asked in a trembling voice. As an ancient race, they were most fearful of the ancient emperors of the human race. There was once a primordial king who speculated that there would most likely be a prince in this world, who could stand toe-to-toe with the ancient princes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but shout out, "Human saint body! You actually came back." Then they were completely terrified, not holding anything back, saying everything. How could they provoke someone who could cross the sky? In this world, death was not the most terrifying thing. They were afraid that Yi Fan would make it impossible for them to die even if they wanted to. He would use all sorts of methods to torture their primordial spirits. "You're saying that the Heavenly Prince refined the blood for a year?" Yi Fan was surprised. "Yes, I heard the Heavenly Prince unintentionally muttering to himself," one of them said while trembling. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Back then, Yi Fan killed the ancient race experts like harvesting wheat. Blood flowed from the peak of the Broken Heaven mountain range, all the way to the foot of the mountain. That battle caused ghosts to weep and deities to howl, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. And now, when talking about the enemies of the ancient race, his figure would uncontrollably appear in many people's hearts. It was like a stone tablet pressing down on their hearts. During this year, the Heavenly Prince went to the Blood Phoenix Mountain and visited the Fire Chelan Cave. He borrowed the power of a few ancient weapons to cultivate for a period of time. Another ancient race member spoke like this. His entire body was trembling, and under the pressure of Yi Fan, he didn't dare to hide anything. He spoke of all the suspicious points he knew. Yi Fan pondered deeply. This Heavenly Prince's scheme was not small. Borrowing the ancient weapons to cultivate was a lie, and it was most likely to refine the divine blood. Could it be that he used the weapons to carve an inheritance imprint? The Heavenly Prince once told us to keep an eye on every cultivator that enters and leaves the Jade Lake. During this period of time, we have to remember all the people with powerful bloodlines and not spoil his plans. Among them, there were a few powerful characters, such as the Central Continent's Yuhua King and Gemini King. The Heavenly Prince sent people to keep an eye on them, preventing them from escaping for a short period of time. As for the others with king bloodlines, he didn't fear them and couldn't disrupt his plans. Another person added. He was familiar with the maid that served the Heavenly Prince before. She once said that every time the Heavenly Prince went into seclusion, he would chant scriptures, as if he wanted to imprint the divine scriptures into something. After listening to them, Yi Fan didn't say anything for a long time. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he pondered for a long time. What exactly does he want to do? Could it be that you guys really don't know? I don't know. I only heard a half-saint say something about entering the immortal domain together and having immortal companions. One person said while trembling with fear. He knew that this was a great enemy of the Heavenly Prince. Now that he returned, he would definitely stir up a reign of terror. Yes, the half-saint mentioned something like that. In the future, when the path to immortalization opens, there will be great harvests. The divine embryo will assist the Heavenly Prince. Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. A wave of clear qi gushed out from his head, transforming into another him. He stepped out of the painting and didn't head in the direction of the Jade Lake Pure Lands. This was truly a terrifying matter. All he could do was to tell the Jade Lake Pure Lands what he knew and let them make their own decisions and take precautions. Most probably, the sect controlled the Western Emperor Pagoda, and their deterrence was extremely great. It was impossible for Yi Fan to spare their lives. These people also had the resolution to die. All they wanted was a quick death. In the end, all of them died after taking 7 steps. That Dao executioner had always been unyielding and wasn't willing to cooperate. Right now he wanted to commit suicide but he couldn't. Yi Fan pointed out with his finger. The immortal platform between his brows began to burn. You can't do this," he screamed in agony. Yi Fan carefully observed and actually obtained an important piece of information from his immortal platform. This caused his body to tremble. 5 years ago, the Heavenly Prince entered the Origin Ancient Mine. Did he succeed? Yi Fan pulled him up and asked loudly. "I don't know." This person was extremely stubborn and unyielding. Yi Fan had no choice but to search through his chaotic sea of consciousness. He carefully searched and discovered the truth. The Heavenly Prince left with the deity medallion his father left behind. He left for several days. Whether or not he successfully entered the origin ancient mine, no one knew. In any case, he returned alive in the end. This gave him a headache. The origin ancient mine was definitely one of the most terrifying places in the world. As for what exactly was inside, he still didn't know. The monkey had said before that his father had entered, but he didn't say a single word. Even his uncle on Mount Meru, the victorious fighting Buddha, didn't know about this. 2 hours later, Yi Fan appeared in the God City. He felt a little emotional as he revisited this place. Back then, he used the identity of a small cultivator to stir up an endless storm here. The gambling stone war and breaking through the curse all originated from this place. At this moment, everyone in the God City was shocked. They all felt a wave of boundless blood energy, as if a demonic mountain flew over from the distance and descended. What happened? Could it be that there are half-saints fighting a great battle? Many people flew high into the sky, all of them looking in a certain direction. Ah, that's the mysterious expert that appeared in the Fire Spirit Ravine. Many people cried out in alarm. This area was immediately thrown into chaos. Countless cultivators and stone gamblers flew up into the sky and looked towards a group of ancient palaces. A cultivator holding a black spear in his hands lifted up a grand heavenly palace with a single strike. It exploded in midair. This was precisely Yi Fan. He didn't come here for anything else, only to kill. There was a stronghold of the Heavenly Prince here, a place he settled down in the God City. It really is him. The battle in the Fire Spirit Ravine back then shook the world. It was precisely this person who slaughtered in all directions with a black divine spear. Even the ancient race experts had no choice but to lower their heads. Many people had seen him take action before, so they immediately recognized him. They weren't the Yuan Taoist master, so they naturally couldn't see through his true body. Is the Heavenly Prince here? I've come to kill you. Yi Fan's voice tore through the sky, reverberating through the God City like thunder, causing many ancient buildings to tremble. Many people covered their ears, on the verge of collapse. There wasn't a single person in this region whose expression didn't change. Who was the Heavenly Prince? For so many years, he had ruled over the eastern wasteland, overlooking the world. He had never met a worthy opponent. Apart from a monkey, who else dared to make him their enemy? But now someone threatened to kill him. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion. This region immediately exploded. A boiling cauldron of voices, and an uproar broke out. At this moment, it was unknown just how many pairs of eyes looked over. All of them focused on that palace, looking at that heroic figure. Yi Fan held the spear with a single hand, entering this palace alone. With a wave of the spear, all 28 enormous palaces in front of him flew into the sky, and then they exploded, turning into fine powder. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These palaces were engraved with ancient formations, killing light crisscrossing everywhere. Even an ordinary Dao-severing expert would bleed if they set foot here. Yet right now, they were even weaker than paper. Even the formations personally carved by the Heavenly Prince were useless. They were all turned into ashes by a single spear strike. Who are you, daring to come here and behave atrociously? More than 10 figures rushed out from the last palace, all of them seething with anger. Their scales and horns were awe-inspiring, every one of them sinister. Yi Fan frowned. The Heavenly Prince wasn't here, but that wasn't all that surprising. Even though the so-called divine child was unrivaled and tyrannical, he was also extremely cautious, rarely appearing in the God City. Last time, I killed a strand of your prince's primordial spirit, and he threatened to kill my 10 clans. Today, I've come to kill his true body, Yi Fan said coldly. Hua. This time, everyone in the God City heard this, erupting with commotion. Everyone felt as if their blood was flowing faster, all of them clenching their fists tightly. This lord was too domineering. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Killing a strand of the Heavenly Prince's primordial spirit wasn't enough, taking the initiative to slaughter his way here, wanting to kill his true body. The first person to do so in 14 years. In all these years, apart from the ancient race's sacred prince, this was the only one from the human race who dared to act so domineeringly, wanting to kill the Heavenly Prince. You boast shamelessly, daring to come here and stir up trouble. Leave behind your lowly life. The heavenly prince's subordinates' tempers immediately erupted. They stood in front of the last enormous palace, all of them glaring angrily, killing intent pervading the entire city. Pooh! Yi Fan was simple and direct. The black spear in his hand flickered with cold light as it pierced forward. It was fast to the extreme, piercing through the enemy. With a pung sound, it exploded, turning into a pile of bloody paste. Bloody mist surged. Everyone was shocked, releasing cries of alarm. After all these years, who dared to do this? Even when the heavenly prince's servants went out, they would still make all sides feel restraining fear, not daring to provoke them, all of them high up above. Yet today this person came alone with a spear, killing in front of everyone, decisive and cold, making everyone's blood boil. If the heavenly prince doesn't come out, then I will fight under the heavens, uproot all of his strongholds, wipe them all out. Yi Fan said coldly, the black spear in his hands pointing towards the sky. You dare. In front of the enormous palace, the expression of that Tao executioner with the most powerful strength was sinister. He pointed his finger at him and said, Today, I will leave behind your lowly life. Wang. The void trembled, completely distorting. The black spear in Yi Fan's hands left his hands, drawing out a streak of black light. With a pu sound, it pierced through this person, large amounts of blood splashing out. It carried his body flying, and with a pung sound, it stabbed into the enormous palace's horizontal board, nailing him to death there. Why wouldn't I dare? Today, I will slaughter my way through and wipe out all of his strongholds. Let's see what he can do to me then. Yi Fan said coldly. Strands of blood trickled down from the horizontal board, the Tao executioner on it dripping with blood. The space between the brows was pierced by the black spear, nailed there, unable to move at all. Chapter 1040. This enormous palace was dead silent. The spear body that seemed to be forged from black gold impaled this ancient race expert into the inscribed board. Blood trickled down, creating a ghastly sight. The spear shaft was extremely long, dark golden radiance ice cold. This place was incomparably quiet, not a single person saying anything. He was a Tao-severing expert, yet he was pierced through by a spear thrown out, nailed to the enormous palace, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. The sharp spear tip flickered with dark light, piercing through the space between this person's brows. White brain matter dyed his hair a grizzled white, bright red blood splashing in all directions, flowing down the dark golden spear shaft, landing on the ground. The sound was extremely soft, yet it made everyone feel as if a boulder fell into their hearts. This place was completely silent, many people not even daring to breathe loudly. This person was truly terrifying, wishing to kill the heavenly prince with a single word of disagreement, nailing a king to death with a single strike. A layer of fine white sweat appeared on the bodies of the remaining ancient race experts. They were shocked, angry, and fearful, none of them daring to act blindly without thinking. Where is the heavenly prince? Yi Fan asked them, overlooking everyone in this enormous palace. After the heavenly prince emerges from isolation, he will definitely wipe out your 10 clans, suppress your souls forever, make you beg for life, beg for death. One of them said fiercely. Moreover, he took the initiative to take action, opening his mouth and spitting out a small silver spear the length of a chopstick. It turned into a streak of silver light, piercing towards Yi Fan's eyes, drawing out a Tao trace in the void. Divine chains of order appeared one after another, as if a silver divine phoenix was born while bathing in flames. In the distance, many people cried out in alarm. This was a Tao-severing spear. This person was vicious and decisive, using the life of a Tao-severing expert to exchange for a spear attack, gambling a large half of his own life to increase the power several times over. Hong Long. Sure enough, this spear became faster and faster, the silver radiance becoming more and more resplendent, making the great Tao resonate with it. Auspicious colors even descended from the heavens, several sweet springs surging from the ground, making even this world produce a reaction. A stunning spear. This was an attack that risked his life to kill. Normal Tao-severing experts didn't dare face it head-on at all, as they would be turned into ashes upon contact. However, one could clearly see the void being destroyed. The silver radiance became more and more terrifying. opening up a black hole. There was even more chaotic energy swirling about, pervading the skies. However, in the face of this earth-shattering attack, Yi Fan did not move at all. Only when the spear was right in front of his eyes did he reach it first. With a ding sound, he flicked out a finger and knocked on the silver-white spear shaft. The silver-white spear that was the length of a chopstick emitted a crack as it broke on the spot, and it was like a silver bottle had suddenly been broken. Bright light shot towards the surroundings, and formed a ripple of the grand Tao that spread towards the surroundings. This expanse of the heavens and the earth was immediately riddled with holes, and it was like a beehive. Black holes and gorges filled the sky, and it was a ghastly scene. In the distant sky, many people were affected, spitting out blood and retreating. Just this kind of aftershock alone was already like this, so one could well imagine its true power. Suddenly, the man at the center of the battlefield waved his hand, and the storm between the heavens and the earth instantly stopped. In a breath of time, the wind and waves calmed down. He was like a divine needle that stabilized the world. The crowd was about to suffocate, but they immediately quieted down and looked nervously at the center of the field. Everyone attacked together. Activate your secret artifacts. Several ancient race experts braced themselves and shouted out. They knew that they were no match, but they had no choice. In front of a character comparable to an ancient prince, they couldn't escape at all. A rain of light flew out, and those were small blades that were shaped like centipedes. They were dense and glaring, and killing intent engulfed the heavens. The clouds in the sky were all scattered. The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. Another person activated a large purple bell, and the bell ripples were like ocean waves. One could clearly see them spreading out in circles, shattering heaven and earth. All types of ancient weapons flickered with light, and killing intent overflowed. Sword radiance filled the air, forming a great wave that swept over with terrifying attacks. Yi Fan only took a single step forward when faced with these people's attacks. With a pung sound, great Tao ripples spread out, and the person at the very front bore the brunt of the attack. He was attacked by the earth energy and exploded on the spot, turning into a rain of blood. Duo. At the same time, Yi Fan released a light shout. The centipede rain of blades was like snowflakes encountering fire, turning into smoke. Meanwhile, the large purple bell was covered in cracks, and with a hong sound it collapsed. With a pull of his hands, the black spear that was inserted into the enormous palace flew back and appeared in his hands. He then flicked it forward. Black light rushed into the heavens, and after a few stabs, the ancient race experts all widened their eyes. Then, snow-white bone fragments flew out, carrying large amounts of blood as they disintegrated in front of the enormous palace. Yi Fan was like a demonic monarch. His hair danced about as he ascended high into the sky with his spear in hand. Then he pierced downwards, turning this vast residence into ashes under a single strike. Nothing was left. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Yi Fan disappeared from the sky above the divine city, vanishing without a trace. This place was silent for a long time, and then a clamor broke out. That day, the divine city was in an uproar. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Everyone knew that a huge storm was about to begin. With someone issuing a challenge like this, there was no way the heavenly prince wouldn't make a move. After more than 10 years, there was finally someone sharpening his blade, and was going to make a move against the Son of God. This was undoubtedly a piece of heavenly news that shook all the ancient races. The divine city was in an uproar. All kinds of news were transmitted through the realm gates to every corner of the continent. Many major powers were shocked. At this time, Yi Fan didn't care about these things. He was sitting in the Merak Stone Square and drinking tea with the old saint Wei Yi. He was seriously talking about his experiences in the past 10 years. This old man, who seemed to have one foot in the grave, nodded, and would occasionally say a few words. He was still the same as before, calm and unperturbed like a withered tree. The path to immortality is about to open. There will definitely be the most terrifying upheaval in history. Some eternal inheritances might even be turned into ashes. When he left, Yi Fan kept thinking about the words of the old sage, causing his heart to sink. After waiting for millions of years, the hope of the 10,000 ancient races, the hope of the ancient emperors, The hope of the 10,000 ancient races had finally appeared. However, this also signified that corpses would pile up into mountains and blood would flow like rivers. This was a great era rarely seen even in millions of years. All sides would do everything they could to achieve immortality. In the near future, for the sake of that opportunity to become an immortal, there would definitely be a bitter slaughter. The saints from outside this region would most likely rush over. Immortal ascension. Yi Fan said to himself. He turned around and gave the divine city a look before leaving into the distance. An hour later, Yi Fan appeared on the Scarlet Great Earth 100,000 li away from the absolute beginning forbidden region. He stood in this familiar yet unfamiliar mining area. Outside of Origin Ancient Mine, the area 100,000 li in radius was the most famous source region. It was divided evenly by the holy lands of the eastern wastelands, and was a land of treasures. Now the various ancient races had emerged, so they naturally wanted this place. This was because Origin Ancient Mine was an immortal land worshipped by all races. Now most of the area within 100,000 li was already under their control. Moreover, they ordered their disciples to continue mining and excavate the treasures underground. It was because this was a famous divine land during the Archaic era. There were many ancient architectural remains, and there were several archaic battlefields. The source might not be that useful to them, but there were divine depositories underground. There might be archaic holy temples and other things that were truly rare and precious. Perhaps there might be heaven-shocking treasures. Yi Fan remembered that back then, when he was forced to mine here, he had seen a black gold pyramid appear. Later on, it was taken away by an old woman from the same generation as the old lunatic. Now, it seemed like it was definitely something incredible. This time, he came for the Heavenly Prince's territory. This place also had a mining area belonging to the Divine Child. As the son of the undying Heavenly Emperor, all sides had to feel apprehension. This was a power that couldn't be underestimated. The Heavenly Prince's ambitions were exuberant, not hesitating to borrow Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Cave's ancient imperial weapons to refine his blood. His ambitions were great, and he wanted the Jade Pool's divine core. This made Yi Fan feel extremely uneasy. He wanted to force him out and deal with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be a huge problem. When he said that he wanted to fight all over the world and uproot all of the Heavenly Prince's strongholds, it wasn't empty words. Everything was based on the above reasons. The Heavenly Prince definitely couldn't let the Heavenly Prince touch that flawless divine core. Yi Fan carried his spear on his back as he walked on this scarlet land. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Back then, when he was still a small cultivator, he used the Alcade's Realm Gate to sneak into this place. He had worked here as a laborer and dug source ores. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. The human race's holy lands had divided up a portion of the mining area for the ancient races. Back then, during the Myriad Race Conference, they had promised these things. Now the power struggle in this area was very complicated. The Heavenly Prince's territory was very vast, and it was adjacent to the Ji family's mining area. All these years, there had been some friction because Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan had been too close. When Yi Fan went to Ziwei Starfield, Li Heishui and the others were on the verge of death. They were almost killed, and it was Ji Haoyue who carried them back to an ancient cave in the Ji family. They had even helped Dongfang Yi and the others. All these years, the Heavenly Prince had always wanted to get rid of the Ji siblings. Unfortunately, the two of them had left this ancient planet and stepped into the depths of the universe, so he couldn't succeed. And the power he belonged to had always targeted the Ji family. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of the Void Emperor weapon, they would have already suppressed the Ji family. Even so, there would still be frequent friction. For more than 10 years, this mining area was naturally not peaceful. The ancient races would often find trouble with the Ji family, and bloody conflicts would occur from time to time. It could be said that the Heavenly Prince's subordinates had always deliberately stirred up trouble. Although the Ji family had an extreme emperor weapon, it was impossible for them to use it as a deterrent because of these things. As for the so-called trump card, there was no need to think about it. It would only be used when the family was in danger. At this moment, Ji Yuenda was frowning deeply as he stood on this scarlet land. Another conflict had occurred in the mining area not far away, and a bloody incident had occurred. This made him feel a sense of helplessness and anxiety. The Heavenly Prince's faction was simply too much. Did they really think that the Ji family was easy to bully? He clenched his fists tightly. When the Void Emperor was still alive, who dared to bully the Ji family? If it wasn't for him having misgivings about the 10,000 races, he really wanted to suggest the clan elders to use the Emperor weapon and wipe out the Heavenly Prince's faction. However, the identity of the godchild was too sensitive. His father was revered by the 10,000 races, and if he really made a move against his subordinates, it might cause a gargantuan storm. The Ji family is just a bunch of cowards, nothing more than this. What Void Emperor did they have before? In my eyes, they are nothing more than dog fart. In the distance, arrogant laughter transmitted over, and it reverberated through this ancient mining area. It was especially ear-piercing. Within the mining area, there were many disciples who were mining. When they heard this, they all clenched their fists tightly and glared angrily. However, in the end, they also loosened their fists powerlessly. There was a Dao executioner on the other side. Unless they used their clan's trump card, how else could they face him? The world had changed. The Ji family had a living fossil that successfully executed the Dao executioner at the first instant. However, they couldn't compare to the ancient races. They were sealed within the divine source and had survived since the archaic era. Their numbers far surpassed the human race. In the past, the undying Heavenly Emperor had 8 divine generals. Now these 8 lineages all belonged to the Heavenly Prince. They were an influential and fearsome force. In this mining area, the Ji family had already retreated several dozen kilometers, but the Heavenly Prince's lineage still frequently crossed over, crossing hundreds of kilometers to mine. It could be said that they were bullying others intolerably. Today, the Ji family dug out a piece of jade essence from an ancient mine. Even though it wasn't large, it was extremely precious. When the Heavenly Prince's lineage learned of it, they crossed over and attacked without restraint, snatching it away and leaving behind a pile of corpses. Ji Yuanda's expression was ashen. His knuckles had turned white from clenching so hard, but in the end he endured and didn't make a move. On the other side, those ancient races were even more unrestrained. They laughed loudly, and one of them said eerily, "You are Ji Haoyue's biological uncle? You are nothing more than this. You guys have gone too far." A young man and woman appeared in front of the ancient mine. They were Ji Yuanda's biological children. Seeing their father being humiliated, they were both agitated and wanted to rush over to fight. The group of ancient races on the other side laughed coldly. The leader even mocked. "You guys are Ji Haoyue's cousin, right? You guys really can't do it. You are far from it." The young brother and sister were so angry that they trembled. They really couldn't take this lying down. However, they were still young and their cultivation wasn't that high. "You two still want to make a move? How about this? I won't bully you guys. I'll let the most useless disciple exchange blows with you guys." The leader laughed coldly, carrying an incomparably disdainful expression. The 2 youngsters clenched their fists and walked forward. They were really unwilling to be looked down upon like this. They felt that they had let down the name of their ancestor. Thinking back to when the Void Emperor was still alive, the 4 seas revered him and the world looked up to him. He pacified the darkness chaos and fought against the deities of the outer region. He had achieved great military merits for the human race, and who didn't admire him? But now, he had fallen to such a state, actually being humiliated like this. It was hard for them to accept this. "Since you are unwilling, then come over. Let me see. What is the difference between the so-called descendants of the great human emperor?" An ancient race member walked up and laughed loudly. The brother and sister ignored their father's call. They couldn't bear it anymore and finally stepped forward, about to make a move. "You two get back here." Ji Yuanda shouted angrily. He didn't want his 2 children to ask for trouble. The people in front of them were all characters that had lived since the archaic era in the source of God. Pa. In the distance, that powerful ancient race member sneered and swung his hand over. Although the brother and sister listened to their father's order and retreated, a few palm marks appeared on their faces. The sound of the slap was crisp and ear-piercing. Everyone was stunned. In the past, even if the ancient race provoked them, They wouldn't really act against the direct descendants of the Ji family. Today, were they trying to provoke the Ji family into a war? Ji Haoyue's uncle Ji Yuanda was furious. His eyes emitted a cold light as he walked forward in large strides and said, "Since ancient times, no one has dared to humiliate my Ji family like this. Is the Ji family that great? Didn't they only produce Ji Shukong? What great human emperor? I think he doesn't live up to his name, and is far inferior to the archaic emperor." The group of people on the other side ridiculed, and then laughed loudly. At this moment, a black light flickered in the sky. A dark golden spear pierced down and nailed this arrogant ancient race member to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The Mother ** King Human Emperor isn't someone that a bunch of clowns like you can insult. Chapter 1041. A black spear nailed this ancient to the ground. The dark golden spear shaft was trembling and fresh blood was seeping out. It was a chilling scene. In the sky, a heroic figure quickly descended, trampling downwards. He brought with him a strong gust of wind, causing sand and stones to fly about in the scarlet mine. A great gale swept about. Who is it that doesn't want to live anymore and dares to behave atrociously in the forbidden land of the gods? These people all respected the undying heavenly emperor as a god, and the descendant of the 8 divine generals. It's actually a human. You must have eaten the guts of a god to dare to attack my race's minds. I'll make you sacrifice your blood to this land. Normally, they were used to being high and mighty. The majority of the human race had to endure them. It had always been them who stirred up trouble. When had they ever been attacked like this? The dozen or so people at the front all had cold eyes. They held their ancient weapons and aimed them at the sky. They wanted to pierce through the descending person and use his blood to water this mining area. Clang! With a flash of light, Yi Fan descended. His right leg swept out, crushing a row of weapons like a millstone. Then he soared through the air, his speed inconceivably fast, stepping from one person's head to another's head. He landed in the distance without a speck of dust on his clothes. Pfft! Behind him, the dozen or so people's eyes were wide open. Their faces were full of fear. Then, their skulls all shot up and blood splashed several meters into the air. Their corpses then fell to the ground. The pupils of the most powerful people constricted. They felt a horrifying aura, and couldn't help but fall back several hundred meters. Great human emperor, respected by the 4 seas, admired by the world, and worshipped by all races. You dare to humiliate him like this? Don't even think about leaving today. Yi Fan's voice was incomparably cold. Behind him, Ji Yuanda's eyes were resplendent. His son and daughter were so agitated that they were trembling. Just now they were extremely sullen. The palm print on their faces was bright red like a blood birthmark. They felt that they had shamed their ancestral name. At this moment, the young siblings were clenching their fists and their bodies were almost spasming. It was as if they were the ones who had attacked and killed the ancient race that had humiliated the Void Emperor. "Who are you?" The ancient race members on the other side shouted. Their expressions weren't good. They had always been the ones provoking others for so many years, and something like this had never happened before. Boom! Strand after strand of Dao scars appeared. The void distorted, as if a heavenly drum was beating, rumbling with noise. A large hand reached out, grabbing towards that Dao executioner. Just now, it was this ancient race member who had waved his arm and slapped the young siblings, leaving behind a bloody palm print. Naturally, Yi Fan wouldn't let him go and wanted to capture him. This ancient race expert was furious. At this cultivation realm, even though he had been sealed since the archaic years, his true body could still be considered to be in the prime of his life. He had always been arrogant and unyielding. Yet now there was actually someone who dared to look down on him like he was catching a little chick. This naturally caused him to be furious. He opened his mouth and spat out an expanse of multicolored light. Within it was a divine all with a spiral groove. Auspicious light shone brilliantly, shooting towards Yi Fan's palm, wishing to penetrate it. However, the scene of blood gushing out and the broken bones of the hand didn't appear. This huge hand pressed down forcefully, and the divine all of the king was shaken until its luster dimmed. It shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground. Bang! Yi Fan grabbed him by the collar and brought him over. His eyes were ice cold, making the temperature of this place drop rapidly. You dare. This ancient race member was furious. He felt a sense of humiliation. He couldn't help but shout out and struggle violently. I don't dare. Yi Fan sneered and released him. Then he slapped him across the face. With a paw sound, he was sent flying. A long string of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Bang! Before he even landed, Yi Fan's large hand reached over and grabbed him from midair. He clamped down on his collarbone and pulled him back. Let go of me. This ancient race member was furious. His body erupted with strand after strand of blazing purple light. He didn't hesitate to use a taboo force to harm himself. He shattered a few of his bones and released his potential to destroy Yi Fan's palm. Even a grain of rice can shine. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He tossed him into the air, and then slapped him down. It was as if he was hitting a ball, hitting the ground, causing his joints to crackle and blood to flow out of his nose and mouth. Of course, this was the result of him being merciful. Otherwise, how could he have a complete body? He would have long since become a pile of mud and white bones. The ancient race members behind him felt their bodies go cold. That was a Dao Severer, but he was actually so weak in front of this person. He was like a scarecrow that could be beaten up however he wanted. Why wouldn't I dare to catch you? Yi Fan said coldly. He grabbed him again, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. This time, Yi Fan grabbed him like a dead dog. Then he squeezed with force. All the bones in his body were almost broken, and creaking sounds could be heard. Bang! Yi Fan threw him heavily in front of the Ji family's mining area. It was unknown how many Source Collection disciples were watching. They were all dumbfounded. Who was this person? He could actually suppress an ancient race Dao Severer like this. You want to humiliate the Void Emperor? Now atone for your sins. Yi Fan was furious. Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue were both close to him. Seeing their cousins being humiliated made him really angry. He kicked the person, and he turned into a parabola that landed in front of the siblings. He said, "You can return the palm print he left on your faces now." Light shot out of Ji Yuenda's eyes. He was surprised. The person in front of him was too powerful. Who was it that actually stood up for them? His son and daughter were even more curious. They both wanted to know the identity of this mysterious person. When they looked at the person on the ground, their muscles tensed up, and they wanted to attack. It's fine. Attack, Yi Fan said with a smile. Bang! The older brother couldn't control himself. He instantly kicked out, and sent the Dao Severer flying dozens of feet away. He rolled like a broken gourd. Pa! The young girl touched the blood print on her face. She also waved her jade-like hand and slapped the ancient race expert. This caused his face to flush red. This was completely due to anger. Who do you think you are? You dare to humiliate our void ancestor? If he was alive, even the primordial emperor wouldn't dare to boast so shamelessly. The two siblings were extremely wrong just now. Their eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, the older brother waved his hand and slapped, while the younger sister raised her jade-like leg and kicked. This ancient race expert had strong muscles and bones, but he couldn't help but cough out a large mouthful of blood. This was completely due to anger. To think that he, a dignified Dao Severer, was kicked and slapped by two juniors. He was truly furious. In the distance, a group of ancient race experts went berserk. All of them roared in anger. Yi Fan's series of actions just now was too fast. They couldn't stop him in time. At this moment, when they saw the two brats of the Ji family treat their experts like this, they were naturally furious. A group of people crossed over and slaughtered their way forward. Seeing that a great battle was unavoidable, Yi Fan's expression was cold. He took a step forward and stretched out a finger. A resplendent sword ripple spread out. It was no different from a real wave. It was blazing and dazzling. This was formed from sword chi, and it attacked those who crossed over indiscriminately. Large amounts of bloody light appeared, and bloody mist curled about. This was a massacre. There was no suspense at all. More than 60 people turned into blood and white bones. Wherever the sword ripple passed, no one could stop it. They shattered upon contact. At this moment, even the people of the Ji family were stunned. Ji Yuenda muttered to himself. Even if Haoyue returns and Ziyue appears, they wouldn't have this kind of battle prowess. Meanwhile, this pair of siblings had tears in their eyes. The departure of the Ji family's proud siblings made them miss them greatly. Those were the big brother and sister that they admired and loved the most. The ancient race's side was dead silent. They were all scared stiff. Who exactly was this person? You're that crazy person that appeared in the fire spirit ravine? A person walked over from the distance. There were 2 Dao executioners guarding this mining area. This was the other person. He was also a descendant of one of the 8 divine generals. Normally, he thought highly of himself, but today he suffered such a defeat. One could well imagine how shocked he was. Clang! The dark golden spear that was stabbed into the ground shone with celestial light. It rose from the ground on its own, and under the urging of Yi Fan's primordial spirit, it turned into a streak of black radiance that pierced through the 9 heavens. It turned around and descended. Pooh! Fresh blood splashed several zhang into the air. The black spear pierced through his body and sent him flying several hundred zhang away. He was nailed onto a huge stone tablet, and he died a violent death. The ancient race's area immediately erupted. One of the Dao executioners was being pressed onto the ground and had his mouth slapped. Another one had died just like that. How were they supposed to resist? The remaining few people wanted to flee, but how could Yi Fan give them the chance? His finger was like a blade, and he slashed forward. It was like a black wave surging, and it instantly drowned the area in front of him. Pooh! Pooh! Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Yi Fan's all-out attack swept out several hundred kilometers, and he killed all the people in front of him as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no suspense at all. Then he soared into the sky with the spear in hand, and entered an even deeper region. He completely overturned the Heavenly Prince's territory, and the ground was turned into ashes with a single strike. In the end, he collected all the rare treasures in the Origin storehouse. The sparkling and translucent Origin stones were like a small mountain, and his harvest was very abundant. When Yi Fan returned, the siblings were also very straightforward. They raised their blades and chopped off the Dao executioner's head, chopping it into several pieces as if they were chopping a watermelon. Ah! The sealed primordial spirit cried out loudly. It was filled with unwillingness and humiliation, and it was incredibly malevolent. Yi Fan read the memories in his sea of knowledge, and then he shattered it with a single slap, turning it into ashes. Is the Ji clan's situation really that bad? Yi Fan sighed as he asked the father and son trio. That's not it. They don't dare to behave atrociously in the southern region, so they can only provoke us in the neighboring Origin mining area, Ji Yuan decided. Over the years, not all of the ancient races had been hostile to the human race. A considerable portion of them could still be considered friendly, and they agreed that all races should coexist. However, there was also a portion of the ancient races that were especially radical, and they wanted nothing more than to wipe out all of the human race. There were many races, and they all had different viewpoints. Their relationships were very complicated, and it was difficult to explain them clearly. The father and son trio asked Yi Fan's name again and again, but to no avail. As he watched his figure disappear into the horizon, Ji Yuenda muttered to himself emotionally, "How Yue Ziyue, will the 2 of you be able to return in this life?" He was Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue's biological uncle. The 2 of them had often chased after him when they were young, and blood was thicker than water. He loved them dearly. Now that he saw a Dao executioner of the younger generation so invincible, he naturally felt all sorts of emotions, and he began to miss the 2 prodigies of the Ji clan. With spear in hand, Yi Fan went on his way. He killed his way into the Heavenly Prince's next stronghold, and began a merciless massacre. He plowed through the strongholds along the way, uprooting the Heavenly Prince's strongholds one by one, and wiping out many of the descendants of the 8 divine generals. On this day, the news quickly spread to all places, shocking the eastern wasteland and shaking the world. The 4 seas were shaken, and the 5 regions were in an uproar. The whole world was shocked. Yi Fan had turned into a cold and merciless demon monarch. He wanted to force the Heavenly Prince out and kill him. There had never been a day like today when the world was in such an uproar. There were sounds of discussion everywhere, and everyone was guessing who it was that wanted to kill the heavenly prince to the point of mobilizing such a large force. The iron-blooded massacre continued. Yi Fan fought ceaselessly, rampaging through the world. He used one day and one night to overturn all 18 of the heavenly prince's strongholds in the eastern wasteland. His body was stained with specks of blood, and his spear had drunk the enemy's blood. It was unknown just how many people he had killed, but his entire body was filled with a baleful aura. During all these years, the heavenly prince has ruled over the eastern wasteland, overlooking the world, and all heroes have retreated. Who is this person? He really dares to take action. This person is truly a deity. He dares to fight against the undying heavenly emperor's heir alone. There will definitely be a fierce struggle. Yi Fan swept through the world, using one day and one night to uproot 18 strongholds. This news was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Everyone was stunned. Everyone originally thought that he was quite formidable after overturning a few places, but they never expected him to be so ferocious in the end. He slaughtered in all directions, turning 18 lands into scorched earth, and all kings were executed. In just one day and one night, he almost overturned the eastern wasteland's skies. The entire world was in an uproar. This battle result left everyone stupefied. They almost didn't dare believe it. Was this the reincarnation of a war god? One day and one night engulfed the entire eastern wasteland. Afterwards, everyone counted. Even though not every one of the 18 important lands had a Dao executioner, there were still 13 of them when they were added together. This number made everyone's hearts tremble. Blood covered the skies, and the bloody truth told the world just how terrifying this battle was. He killed 13 Dao executioners in one day and one night. As for the ancient races of other cultivation realms, there were countless of them. Blood covered the ground of the 18 battlefields, and bone fragments were everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The world was shaken in one night. This was a crazy wave that stirred up the world. The might of lightning shook the world, drawing the attention of the entire world. All of the cultivators were paying close attention. All of this was too shocking and inconceivable. Who exactly is he? This person doesn't seem to have a past. Why did he suddenly appear? He fought a bloody battle in one day and one night, unmatched under the heavens. Just what kind of identity does he have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know. This mysterious unmatched expert drew everyone's attention and speculation. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know his origins. Why did Yi Fan take action ahead of time? Why is it so sudden? Why did Yi Fan suddenly release the might of lightning and sweep through so many of the heavenly prince's troops? At this moment, forget about the people of the world. Even Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others who knew about Yi Fan's identity were confused. They didn't know why he took action ahead of time. Hurry and inform the sacred prince. Have him come out of isolation. A storm is about to arrive. The great decisive battle is about to start ahead of time. Correct, then let's fight. Mobilize people and prepare to provide support at any time. Completely detonate it. Yi Fan's attack had great implications. The decisive battle against the ancient prince might start ahead of time. It stirred up a storm in all directions. The entire world was waiting.